Chapter 4406. That damnable bastard. He actually used such a vicious curse to deal with Sister Zillian. We must get rid of him. Chun Xiang said in his heart. Young Master Shin, did you meet someone from the 6 great families of soul? Although it is very difficult to come from the divine realm to the sacred realm, it is not impossible. If I can come here, they must have a way to do so. Guaning said, All right, I met a guy. Everyone calls him Elder Guan. He has hair. Shin Xiang said, Ying, do you know this guy? Elder Guan? Our family has several elders in the Kun race. Can you describe his appearance? Guan Ying was very concerned about this matter. After all, she was from the Kun race. Shin Xiang described the appearance of the middle-aged man in detail. After hearing this, Guaning fell into silence. Shin Xiang waited for a while and said, Ying, do you know this guy? I don't know him. I've seen all the elders in our family, but I've never seen the guy you described. Guaning also thought about it carefully just now. Could it be that he only sent a clone? Shen Xiang felt that this was very likely the case. No, he used the soul vengeance curse. If he wants to pick it, he must come with his real body. If he doesn't have a strong enough soul to pick it, it will be very easy for him to make a mistake. Guaning said, Then this person must be his real body. Shen Xiang was still using the Devil's Shadow Divine Soul to stare at Elder Guan. So he was not discovered, so he felt that this Elder Guan was a bit weak. He couldn't even discover him. Could it be a new elder? Shin Xiang said, It shouldn't be. The time of the elder selection is fixed. There is still a long time before the next elder selection. They will compete for the position of elder through battle. Guan Ying did think that this person was a new elder. Shan Xiang only wanted to know the origin of this person. After all, this person was Zillian's enemy. He must be very strong. If he could know about this person in advance, he might have a higher chance of winning. That's right, Ying. That guy has existed since ancient times. He looks middle-aged, but he should be an old man who has lived for many years. Shan Xiang suddenly thought of this. When Xia Zillian was still a little girl, she witnessed her parents being killed by Elder Guan. In the Heavenly Nightmare universe, Yan Zillian was considered a very old person. Ah, if that's the case, then that guy is most likely. Guan Ying didn't continue, and her voice trembled slightly. Who is he? Shin Xiang hurriedly asked. He was suppressed. He is indeed an elder of our Guan family, and he was once the leader of the Kun race. Guaning said, because he often uses forbidden curses, not only on his own race, but also on other races. Therefore, he was suppressed by the experts of the 6 races. What? This guy is too scary. Shin Xiang was also shocked. A villain that even the 6 clans of Life Soul could not tolerate must be very evil. But now he had appeared in the holy region. Why was he able to come out? Could it be that he broke through the suppression? Guan Ying's voice trembled even more, and loudly advised Shin Xiang, Young Master Shin, hurry up and stay away from him. If it's really that guy, you'll be miserable if you get close to him. How many years has he been suppressed? Shin Xiang also calmed down. If he had been suppressed for many years and had just broken out of the seal, then his strength would definitely not be as strong as it was back then. I don't know the details, but it's probably been millions of years. Guan Ying gradually became cold. Calm down. She also knew that after being suppressed for so many years, he wouldn't be that strong after escaping. Then it's easy. Shin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. He himself had been suppressed for 100,000 years, and when he came out he already had no body. But that guy has mastered a lot of forbidden curses. At most, he doesn't have a strong body, but his soul is very strong. Guaning said, Young Master Shin, it's best if you don't provoke him. He's going to make a move on my friend now. Shin Xiang sighed. So, I have to fight against him. All right. Guan Ying also knew Shin Xiang's character. In this situation, he would not back down. Ying, what's that guy's name? Shan Xiang asked. This kind of villain's name should be passed down, right? His name is Guan Yanchao, Guan Ning said. We, the Guan family, must remember his name. But how could he run out and even come to the holy region? My friend was cursed by him. Xinxiang said, He must come and pick my friend, otherwise he will definitely be finished. Chapter 4407. Yai Zilian was furious to the extreme. At this moment, she did not say anything. She and Xanro were connected and directly attacked. The great battle was about to begin. The moment Yai Zilian came up, she used her strongest power to attack. Xanro was the same. Furthermore, behind her, there was a large group of clones that could replenish her and Yai Zilian's energy. Even the purple lotus altar below was emitting a purple light, transforming into bolts of lightning that struck Guan Yanchao and the others. Xinxiang immediately controlled the demon shadow divine soul to fly further away. Yai Zilian was indeed worthy of being a duke of the heavenly Ho race. Her strength was terrifying. With just a few moves, the sky changed color and purple clouds churned. The purple lightning was like a torrential rain, crazily striking the area where Guan Yanchao was. The surrounding sea was churning furiously due to the aftershocks of the shockwaves. Sister Zilian is so strong. Xinxiang was also frightened. He never thought that this beauty would have such terrifying strength. If it was him, without using the 6 realms mirrors, it would be very difficult to block Yai Zilian's attack. Guan Yanchao and the others had indeed paid a heavy price because they came from the divine realm. Their bodies were already heavily injured, and now they were in an extremely sorry state from Yai Zilian's attack. The black Pegasi beneath them had already been blasted into pieces. Even they, without flying magic treasures, found it difficult to fly in the air and fell into the sea. Yai Zilian continued to lock onto them and cooperated with Xanro to attack them. Xinxiang realized that Yai Zilian was actually very good at using lightning. This seemed to be the Heaven Ho Thunder King's ultimate move. However, he remembered that Xanro was the Heaven Ho Thunder King's daughter and the Thunder Moon Altar's altar master. That meant that Yai Zilian had quickly learned and mastered Xanro's cultivation technique during this period of time with Xanro. If the two of them shared their cultivation techniques, they would be able to adapt very quickly. Good. That's great. Guan Yanchao continued to laugh loudly. Just as he finished speaking, he was struck by the violent lightning several times. However, he was still very energetic and continued to let out that nauseating laughter. Little girl, you've grown up too well. As long as you mature, I will immediately harvest you. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Guan Yanchao's chest suddenly emitted a strong light. It was as if there was a bead emitting a strong light at his heart. The light was diffusing from his heart. Then the pearls separated and flickered. The sea suddenly became very calm, as if there was an unshakable force of nature that made the world calm down. Mature quickly, Guan Yanchao's eyes were also emitting a strong white light, and at this moment he was also floating, as if he was relying on the pearl to float. The most frightening thing was that the few old men following him were also suspended in the air by his power. Elder Guan, could this be the legendary, "You are all useless rice buckets. You are only fit to be my food"? As soon as Guan Yanchao's voice fell, the bodies of the few old men suddenly twisted, and then gradually shrank, finally turning into a few meatballs. Guan Yanchao opened his mouth and swallowed the meatballs. Seeing this scene, Zilian and Xanqing were stunned. Xinxiang's scalp went numb. Yai Zilian and Xanro did not stop attacking, but their attacks were no longer effective. When they approached Guan Yanchao's body, they were blocked by the light emitted by the pearl on his chest. Chapter 4408. The center of the 6 realms mirrors suddenly exploded, and then a scarlet dragon appeared, charging straight for Guan Yanchao. This was something that Xinxiang had to use a lot of heavenly jewels to release, so he secretly felt his heart ache. If he did not use a large number of heavenly jewels, it would be very difficult to interrupt Guan Yanchao. Although Guan Yanchao had been suppressed for many years, his soul was still very strong. Furthermore, he had the life spirit origin bead, and after so many years, his soul had actually become much stronger. Thus, he could feel that the Six Realms Mirrors was an extremely terrifying existence, because there were 6 life spirits inside. Therefore, Guan Yanchao could not care less about Shui Zillion right now. He could only focus on defense. He believed that by relying on the life spirit origin bead, he would definitely be able to defeat this divine Lord Scarlet Dragon who had suddenly appeared. Shui Zillion and Xan Ro both knew of the existence of the divine Lord Scarlet Dragon. Previously on the Scarlet Dragon Island, it was this divine Lord Scarlet Dragon who had blocked their spatial door. To be able to do such a thing, he was naturally very strong. However, they did not know that this divine Lord Scarlet Dragon was Xinxiang. Where did this bastard come from? Your grandfather is an expert of the 6 clans of life spirit. When you see me, hurry up and kneel down. Guan Yanchao was furious as he shouted towards the sky. The round bead on his chest was trembling nonstop as it brewed a terrifying power. Shui Zillion was also injured just now. Although it was only the time elemental bead and did not have a particularly strong destructive power, it still caused her quite a bit of damage. Xan Ro immediately pulled Shui Zillion away from Guan Yanchao. Let's quickly enter the Purple Lotus altar. Shui Zillion immediately brought Xan Ro into the altar. She was still worried about Xinxiang, who was inside the altar. After entering the Purple Lotus altar, she controlled the altar to slowly move away from the battlefield. Guan Yanchao glanced at the Purple Lotus altar. He knew that the altar's defense was extremely strong, but as long as he had the time elemental bead in hand, he could break through it. Little girl, once I take care of this guy, I'll immediately visit you. Ha ha ha. Guan Yanchao laughed. The Purple Lotus altar's speed gradually increased. Although it could not fly, its speed in the sea was still very fast. The black Pegasus that Guan Yanchao was riding had long been killed. The reason why he was still able to float in the air was all because of the time elemental bead's power. Die, you bastard! Guan Yanchao pushed his hands toward the sky and released the power of the life spirit elemental orb. In the middle of the 6 realms mirrors, a huge hole suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, the hole seemed to be the mouth of a pill furnace. Yes, Xinxiang released the world-defying god furnace and hid it inside the 6 realms mirrors. At this time, it had become very big, and the mouth of the furnace was facing down. If not for the Granny Linglong inside the world-defying god furnace, Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors would not have been able to block the terrifying power of the life soul elemental beads. However, with Granny Linglong around, the energy of the life spirit elemental orb belonged to her. Therefore, she was merely reclaiming her own energy. Guan Yanchao originally thought that his attack would be able to pierce through the 6 realms mirrors, but the powerful force that he released was directly swallowed up without a single ripple. Impossible, impossible. How could there be such an expert in this kind of place? Seeing that the power of the life spirit elemental orb that he had released was completely absorbed, Guan Yanchao was extremely shocked and shouted crazily, "Who exactly are you? Do you also have a life spirit elemental orb in your hands? Guan Yanchao, you have committed heinous crimes. Do you think that no one in this world can suppress you? A scoundrel like you coming to my territory to behave so atrociously. I'll let you experience my divine might." After Xinxiang finished speaking, Granny Linglong immediately activated his power and used his strongest power to retrieve the life spirit elemental orb. The life spirit elemental orb was inside Guan Yanchao's body, and now that it was summoned by Granny Linglong, it was gradually floating towards the world, defying God Furnace, while Guan Yanchao's body also floated up. You, who exactly are you? Guan Yanchao was very afraid at the moment. Why did this divine Lord Scarlet Dragon know about his matters? He, who had been suppressed for millions of years, had never been afraid of anyone. The reason why he was suppressed before was because a large number of experts from the 6 clans had joined forces to suppress him. But now, just a single divine Lord Scarlet Dragon was able to easily suppress him. What was going on with this world-defying stage universe? As far as he knew, the world-defying stage universe had only been around for 100,000 years. How could there be such a powerful existence? Very quickly, Guan Yanchao's body floated into the world-defying God Furnace, and the Time Elemental Orb was also pulled out of his body, returning to Granny Linglong's body. The 6 realms mirrors gradually shrank, and the world-defying stage mountain and river diagram gradually disappeared. The world regained its calm once again. Chapter 4409. Xinxiang was also looking forward to the Time Origin Bead's ability, especially the ability to change the flow of time. Just thinking about it made him feel that it was very powerful. After Zillian and Xen Ro confirmed that they were safe, they put away the various defensive and offensive arrays on the Purple Lotus altar and came to the small hall where Xinxiang was. Seeing that Xinxiang was fine, they were relieved. The enemy has been dealt with. Xinxiang saw them return and quickly stood up and asked. Zillian and Xen Ro looked at each other and then nodded. Although they were not the ones who dealt with it, it was still dealt with. Sister Zillian, you don't look too good. Are you injured? Xinxiang had seen Zillian being attacked at close range. After all, she was facing the power of the Life-Soul Origin Bead. Although Guan Yanchao was unable to fully unleash the power of the Life-Soul Origin Bead, he still caused quite a bit of damage to Zillian. I'll go rest now. Zillian nodded lightly and said, Young Master Xin, thank you so much this time. If you didn't help me improve my demon Dao, I might not have been able to hold on. Ah, Xinxiang was puzzled and asked, Sister Zillian, when you fought with the enemy, you used the power of the demon Dao. I used it. Although I'm not proficient in using it, it's much stronger than I expected. Otherwise, I might have been killed. Zillian nodded and said, I'll go rest now. Oh, right, young Master Xin. How do you want us to repay you? Little brother Xin, don't be polite to us. Just say it. Xen Ro squinted her eyes at Xinxiang and smiled gently. This. I want some heavenly jewels. Xinxiang was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, Just give me as much as you can. No problem, leave it to me. Xen Ro nodded and smiled. Then she pushed Zillian. Sister, go rest quickly. Your injuries are not light. At this time, Xinxiang looked at Xen Ro. Her demon Dao cultivation was actually at the 5th stage. Young Master Shen, this is for you. Zillian handed a box to Xinxiang and said, I refined this. Originally, I planned to use it to perish together with my enemy. Later on, I planned to give it to my sister, but I'll give it to you now. You need to improve more than us. With that, she glanced at Xen Ro. Xen Ro nodded and said, Brother Shin, accept it. You've already helped us a lot. Sister Xen Ro, I'll give it to you. You were so close to becoming a king. Even if I eat it, I won't be able to improve much. The people I can't beat, I still can't beat them. Xinxiang said, But if you eat it, it will be different. You will become much stronger, and then you will be able to protect me. Xinxiang really didn't want to eat it. He only hoped that Xen Ro could become stronger. That way, she would be able to help him and he would be able to study all kinds of pills in peace. Xen Ro did not want it. Xinxiang directly stuffed it over and said with a smile, I may not be able to withstand such a strong pill right now. What's more, I'm an alchemist myself. I can quickly improve. All right. You, Zillian, sighed softly. Young Master Shen, I still owe you. I will remember it in my heart. After she finished speaking, she immediately entered her room to rest and heal her injuries. Xen Ro then pulled Xinxiang into a room. Sister Xen Ro, the matter you entrusted me with, I can be considered to have completed it, right? Qin Xiang giggled. With the pill in hand, your sister doesn't need to perish together with the enemy. Perfect. The process was also out of my expectations. Xen Rose smiled sweetly, her eyes filled with tenderness and passion. Brother Shin, then I will fulfill my promise and marry you as your wife. There's no need, it's all just a joke. Shen Xiang immediately waved his hands and laughed. Your sister is the heavenly Dan King, and your relationship with her is so special. I don't dare to marry you. Besides, I'm a playboy, I'm not suitable for you. Xin Ro could be considered Yu Zilian's clone. How could she tolerate her clone being together with Shen Xiang? And Shen Xiang also had his own plans. He wanted Yu Zilian to be his tool in the future and help him do some difficult things. If this relationship was ruined, then he would lose this tool in the future. At that time, Yu Zilian might even take Xin Ro away. We've already signed a soul contract. I can't go back on my word. Xin Ro chuckled a few times. Brother Shin, don't even think about escaping. Besides, I'm me and sister is sister. She can't control who I'm with. No. She'll definitely feel disgusted. She might even hate me. I can't let her hate me. Shen Xiang repeatedly refused and laughed. Sister Xin Ro, to be honest, I really have a lot of women by my side, even more than your clones. How is that possible? You're just a young man. Why do you have so many women by your side? Xin Ro's face was filled with resentment as she frowned. Why did you reject me? Am I not good enough? In the sacred domain of the world-defying stage universe, there is a very powerful family, the Shen family, and I am now the patriarch of the Shin family. How can I not have enough women by my side? Shin Xiang sighed. Sister Xin Ro, let's just be friends. As for the soul contract, I can remove it at any time. I don't believe that you have more women than my clones. Xin Ro snorted. Unless you can prove it, or you're lying to me. Chapter 44:10. Shin Xiang was very happy for Yu Zilian in his heart. Once Yu Zilian obtained Guan Yanchao's power, his soul would definitely improve by a large margin. I can't stay in the Purple Lotus altar any longer. I'll be discovered. Shen Xiang immediately left the altar quietly and flew outside. Then he took out the world-defying God furnace. A wave of pale, white light flew out from the world-defying God furnace and floated into the Purple Lotus altar. This is all of Guan Yanchao's power. Granny Linglong said, Guan Yanchao's body should have been reconstructed in the sacred domain. This power is only the power of the soul, but it's very strong. After Shin Xiang released the power of Guan Yanchao's soul, he quietly returned to the Purple Lotus altar. His soul power could penetrate the Purple Lotus altar and go to the secret room where Yu Zilian was resting. I wonder how much Sister Zilian's soul will improve. Shen Xiang was looking forward to this. Little Master, Guan Yanchao's soul is still here. It's just that the power of his soul has been sucked dry. His soul hasn't died yet. Granny Linglong laughed. Although his soul is very weak right now, it's still very tough. I can still destroy it for a long time. Being tortured by Granny Linglong's soul would definitely be a fate worse than death. Wait, Guan Yanchao's soul released a wave of power, but it doesn't seem to have floated out. It's still inside the world-defying God furnace. Granny Linglong said in surprise, What's going on? The power of his soul should have all flown towards Yu Zilian. Shen Xiang looked at the world-defying God furnace and indeed discovered that power. He was also very shocked. Grandma, what kind of power is this? Is it hidden in the soul? Yes. Inside the soul, it should be soul elemental energy, but it doesn't look like it. Granny Linglong said. In the secret room, Shen Xiang secretly took out the 6 realms mirrors and let little sister Xiao Jing sense it. Is it life elemental energy? Little sister Xiao Jing was not sure at first, but after testing it, she said with certainty, Yes, this is the life elemental energy of Fate Tao. Is life elemental energy also stored in the soul? Shanxiang had always wanted to know how life elemental energy was cultivated and how to use it. It should be stored in the soul foo's sea of consciousness. Xiao Jing said, "Big brother, there's already an energy space inside your soul. You can absorb life force. Then what should I do now?" Xin Xiang also sensed the life force inside the world-defying God furnace. It was a very strange power. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and refine it. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. Since we are inside the world-defying God furnace, of course we have to refine a pill. Yeah. Shan Xiang laughed, and then immediately began to refine. After being refined by the world-defying God furnace, the quality would definitely increase by a lot. Little master, after I find the time origin bead, I can also affect the world-defying God furnace. Granny Linglong suddenly said, "I can speed up the time inside the furnace. For example, if you need a day to concoct a batch of pills, I can speed up the time inside the furnace. 2 hours, or even half an hour, would be enough." "Really? That's great." Xin Xiang was immediately overjoyed and laughed. "Grandma, if I need a long time to refine the pill, then you can use the time origin bead to help me shorten the time." "That's right, but there's a limit to how long I can accelerate. After all, I'm not complete yet." Granny Linglong said, "At most, I can only increase the speed by 12 times. If it's any faster, I might need some help." "Oh, right, Grandma, I have a special egg. Near this egg, I can reverse time. It's very magical." Xin Xiang had talked about the egg that she had found when she was killing the Scarlet Dragon. She had originally wanted to borrow that egg to reconstruct her body, but now the egg had not formed a dragon's body at all, and had turned into a very strange time egg. Xin Xiang had stayed near this egg for a period of time, but discovered that there was a huge difference between the time outside and the time outside. After Granny Linglong heard this, she was also very surprised and said, "That egg might have comprehended the time laws of the world-defying universe by itself. My time origin bead is not compatible with the time laws of the world-defying universe, so I cannot fully display it." "If that's the case, can your time origin bead fuse with that egg?" Xin Xiang said, "That egg seems to be very big." "My time origin bead was originally very big. After all, I am a life soul, and the life soul origin beads inside my life soul are all very big. Now, they have just been shrunk by me." Granny Linglong said. Shan Xiang, Granny Linglong, and little sister Xiao Jing discussed for a while, and decided to put the time origin bead into the 6 realms mirrors to try touching the egg. The world-defying God furnace was also inside the 6 realms mirrors. Under Granny Linglong's control, the time origin bead came into contact with the egg and entered the dragon egg. The dragon egg that was as huge as a mountain emitted an intense glow. It turned out that the time origin bead was gradually growing in size, and then devoured the entire dragon egg. In the end, it turned into a small bead and returned to the world-defying God furnace. Xin Xiang took out the world-defying God furnace and exclaimed in surprise, "Such a huge dragon egg, after being devoured by the time origin bead, had actually become so small." However, the current world-defying God furnace had become much heavier. After all, the time origin bead had fused with such a huge dragon egg. It really is the time laws of this world-defying universe. That dragon egg is really powerful. It can actually comprehend the laws of time. If the dragon egg is not affected by the outside world, the dragon that is born will be able to control time. It's a pity that after so many years, it hasn't condensed into life. Granny Linglong said. Chapter 44:11. Guan Yanchao's memories are very messy. What I read is not complete. Granny Linglong said, "It's all intermittent. I'll organize it properly. If I find anything, I'll tell you immediately." Life force was very special. Luckily, the world-defying God furnace was a small life soul. Otherwise, it would not be able to refine this kind of energy. Xin Xiang finally felt the power of the time origin bead. The flow of time inside the world-defying God furnace was extremely fast. It would take a very long time to refine this kind of energy. In the past, when Xinxiang was refining energy, he had only stopped when he was almost done, because it took too much time. But now he could refine it to the limit. The so-called limit was that he could no longer continue refining that kind of energy, so he could stop. If he reached the limit, the refined energy would be extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 hours had passed. Almost 4,000 hours had passed inside the world defying God furnace, and Guan Yanchao's life force had already been sufficiently refined. Xinxiang also found it difficult to continue refining it, so he had no choice but to stop. After he opened the pill furnace, he obtained a heavy pill. It was only the size of a Longan core, and it was all condensed from life force. So heavy! Xinxiang carefully observed it and said, "Since the life force is inside the soul, then this pill should be eaten by the soul." Xinxiang immediately sent the pill into the energy space within his soul to grind and refine. Little Master, according to my messy memories, the reason why those fellows were able to cast all kinds of curses was because of their life force. Granny Linglong said, "Life Tao should be to control the fate of others, and curses are equivalent to the shackles of fate." That's possible. After Xinxiang found out about the key to life force, he immediately went to discuss it with little sister Xiaojing. It was true that little sister Xiaojing had devoured 6 life souls, but she was not able to straighten out the various profound laws in an instant. She also needed key information to stimulate and remind her, so that she could comprehend the relevant insights from the profound laws. Big Brother, the life force of the life Tao is not as simple as using curses. It can also change the fate of others, or affect the fate of all living things in the world. It can also see the fate of everything in the world. After hearing what Xinxiang said, Little Mirror seemed to have been enlightened. She immediately comprehended something from the 6 laws. "Sister Jing, it seems like the fate of those who come into contact with me will be greatly affected," Xinxiang suddenly said. "But my life Tao cultivation is only at the 5th stage. Big Brother, a level 5 fate Tao cultivation is already very high." Xiao Jing said, "I secretly observed Guan Yanchao earlier. He's only at the 2nd stage of fate Tao. Is that so? Why didn't I see it before?" Xinxiang frowned. "I clearly opened my mind's eye. That's because his life Tao cultivation is too weak, and he doesn't have a life Tao seed." Little Mirror said, "Big Brother, you have a life Tao seed." "Really? Why can't I feel it?" Xinxiang quickly tried to sense it, but he didn't find anything. "There's no need to look. Even if you don't have a Tao seed, when you refine the 6 life spirits, you will still be able to obtain all the Tao seeds." Little Mirror laughed. "Big Brother, the Tao seed of the life Tao seems to be very difficult to obtain. Furthermore, the life Tao is also very difficult to cultivate. Little Sister Jing, when I eat this pill, will I be able to see my own curse?" Xinxiang said, "I was given that ghost-forgotten fate curse, causing them to forget about me. If my cultivation in the Tao of life were to increase, wouldn't it be can I get rid of these curses? It should be possible, but it depends on the situation." Little Mirror said, "If the forgetting fate curse is too strong and your life Tao cultivation is not enough, there's nothing you can do." Xinxiang was currently refining the life Tao origin energy pill. This kind of pill was very rare because there weren't many things in this world that possessed life origin energy, so it was very difficult to find, unless it was extracted from the soul of someone who possessed life origin energy. For example, Guan Yanchao's soul had a large amount of life origin energy. Those fellows from the 6 clans of life spirit, those who can cast curses, should all have a bit of life Tao cultivation. Xinxiang did not know how he would be able to raise his life Tao cultivation after eating this pellet. The speed at which he refined the pill was extremely fast, mainly because the energy space within Xinxiang's soul was very strong, so he could easily refine it. Life Tao level 10. Xinxiang was very shocked and said, "Why did it rise so quickly? That pill allowed me to rise by 5 levels? You must know that idiot Guan Yanchao is only at the 2nd level of life, Tao cultivation. Big brother, it's because of the pill you refined. It's been refined." Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. "It seems like the world-defying God furnace is very impressive, to be able to bring about such a level of improvement." Chapter 44:12. Little Master, Yu Zilian's sister, is extremely vicious. She has been scheming since she was young. The biggest problem is that Yu Zilian doesn't know her sister's vicious side. Granny Linglong said. Shan Xiang looked at the girl in front of him again. She is indeed very beautiful. When she smiles, she is very charming. In her gentle eyes, there is a hint of innocence, making people feel that she is an ignorant and simple girl. Only Xin Xiang could vaguely tell that she is not a good person. Now that he opened his mind's eye to take a look, he is even more shocked. When he used his mind's eye to look at the girl in front of him, she is actually completely black and is even emitting a red demonic light. Good fellow, this woman is so evil. Xin Xiang secretly exclaimed, "Sister Zilian has an elder sister? Is this true?" Shan Xiang pretended to be very shy and lowered his head, not looking at the girl. "I am Yu White Lotus. Don't you think I look like a pure and beautiful white lotus?" Yu White Lotus smiled gently at Xin Xiang and said, "What a shy little brother!" Shen Xiang remained silent and continued to lower his head. Towards this kind of woman, he can't even be bothered to flatter her. "Where's Sister Zilian?" Xin Xiang asked. He wanted to warn Yu Zilian because this Yu White Lotus is really too dangerous. She's resting. Her injuries haven't healed yet. During this period of time, I will take care of the Purple Lotus altar. Yu White Lotus chuckled and said, "Little brother Xin, you're so good at alchemy, and you're so handsome, you should stay. We'll definitely treat you well." Xin Xiang looked at Shinro's room. Shinro was still here. She should have broken through by now after eating the pill. Shinro is currently cultivating. Do you need something from her? Yu White Lotus asked. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with Xin Xiang. She only felt that Xin Xiang was afraid of strangers. "I have something important to discuss with Sister Shinro." Xin Xiang lowered his head and scratched the back of his head with one hand. His voice was also very low. "Little brother Xin, if you have anything to say, come in and talk to me." Xian Ro's voice came out. "Then I'll go in." Shen Xiang quickly walked over, opened the door and entered the room. After Xin Xiang entered, a sinister look flashed across Chai Balian's eyes. At the same time, it was as if he had seen a delicious prey. This scene was all captured by the demon shadow's divine soul, and then passed on to Xin Xiang. After Xin Xiang entered the room, he sneered in his heart, but he didn't say anything outwardly. "Sister Xian Ro, what's up with that Qi Bailian? Is she really Sister Zilian's biological sister?" After Xin Xiang entered, he immediately used his divine sense to ask. "Yes." Xian Ro nodded and used her consciousness to communicate with Xin Xiang, saying, "She appeared a little too suddenly. However, Sister Zilian has already confirmed that she is indeed her biological sister." Shen Xiang knew that Yu Bailian had harmed Yu Zilian's parents and had been working with Guan Yanchao. Now that Guan Yanchao had been killed, Yu Bailian had suddenly appeared. It was hard not to make the connection. Shen Xiang didn't have any evidence, so he couldn't directly say this to Yu Zilian. Therefore, he planned to test Xian Ro's feelings towards Yu Bailian. "Sister Xian Ro, how much do you know about Yu Bailian?" Xin Xiang asked. After all, Xian Ro was Yu Zilian's clone, so Xin Xiang wanted to see her feelings towards Yu Bailian. "I don't know much." Xian Ro shook her head. "I only know that she was separated from Sister Zilian when she was young. However, they have always been in contact for many years." Shen Xiang immediately understood why Guan Yan Chao had found Yu Zilian so quickly. Furthermore, Yu Zilian had previously said that the people around her were often killed by the experts of the 6 clans of the life-spirit realm. It was extremely likely that Yu Balian had secretly provided information. Suddenly, Shen Xiang thought of something. Why was Yu Zilian so sure that if she ate that pill, she would be able to take revenge on Guan Yanchao? How did she concoct that pill? Who gave her the pill recipe? Furthermore, the time when Yu Zilian wanted to find Guan Yanchao was about the time when her nightmare soul seed was about to mature. Shen Xiang guessed that it was Yu Balian who had been secretly instigating Yu Zilian to find Guan Yanchao for revenge. Wasn't this equivalent to personally delivering herself to him? Too vicious. She actually wanted to frame her own sister like this. Shen Xiang had previously checked the pill that Xan Ro had eaten, and there was nothing wrong with it. Chapter 44:13. Let me remind her. She's my sister now, and she trusts me completely. Xan Ro also knew that if it was Shen Xiang who said it, it might arouse Yu Zilian's disgust. Yu Zilian had deep feelings for her sister. After all, after her parents died, only her sister was her family. It was just that for some reason, Yu Zilian could not see her often. But no matter what, Yu Zilian trusted her sister very much. Furthermore, she had always believed that it was her sister who had been encouraging her behind her back all these years. Shen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and secretly checked Xan Ro's cultivation of the 6 paths. Her pill Dao had already risen to the 5th level. Previously, it was only at the 4th level. Her demon Dao cultivation was at the 5th level. Her soul Dao and Fu Dao were both at the 13th level. Previously, she was only at the 9th level. After consuming that pill, she had indeed improved by quite a bit. One had to know that the Heavens Thunder King and the Heavens Fire King's Soul Dao and Fu Dao were both at the 15th level. Xan Ro was not much different from them. Little Sister Mirror, can you sense the cultivation of that person outside? Shen Xiang asked. It's not convenient for me to go out right now. I can't check her cultivation in person. Sure. After little sister Xiao Jing finished speaking, she transmitted the results of her investigation into Shen Xiang's mind. Yu Zilian, 17th level of Soul Dao, 17th level of Fu Dao. She only had these 2, and they were both at the 17th level. This kind of cultivation could be considered very high. At the very least, it was higher than the 2 kings. Yu Zilian was her sister. Her Soul Dao and Fu Dao were both at the 18th level. Furthermore, she also had a 10th level Pill Dao and a 5th level Demon Dao. Shen Xiang's Soul Dao, Fu Dao, and Pill Dao were all at the 18th level. Logically speaking, his current strength should be the same as Yu Zilian's, or even stronger than hers. His Heavenly Dao was at the 5th level, and his Fate Dao had reached the 10th level. At this moment, Shen Xiang was also secretly mobilizing his life origin force and condensing it in his eyes. Then he cooperated with the clear eyes to look at Xan Ro. Using his life origin force to activate the clear eyes gave Shen Xiang a very strange feeling. Shen Xiang could clearly sense that Xan Ro would be in danger in the next 10 days. As for what kind of danger it was, he didn't know. Sister Xan Ro, you have to be careful from now on. Shen Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to Xan Ro. I'm worried that Yu Bailian will attack you first. I will be careful. Xan Ro nodded. Shen Xiang was not very worried because he believed that he could influence Xan Ro's fate. After telling her she could change, Yu Zilian was still cultivating in seclusion. She had just obtained Guan Yanchao's soul energy and still needed to refine it for a period of time. Shen Xiang was still unable to determine what her cultivation level was. Shen Xiang's divine mirror of 6 paths suddenly shook. Sister Mirror, what's wrong? Shen Xiang asked anxiously because the vibration was very strong. This was the danger signal that little sister Xiao Jing had sent to him. The Heavens, I Fire King, is approaching. There is also the Heavens, I Thunder King. Other than the two of them that I am familiar with, there are also several very powerful soul energies. Their cultivations are all at least at the 15th step. Little sister Xiaojing said, I wonder what they are here for. Xinxiang had previously released Divine Mirror of 6 paths in the vicinity and pretended to be the Divine Lord Scarlet Dragon. There were definitely many scouts of the king in the vicinity, so it was normal for this matter to spread. Don't be afraid. Even if they are here for the Divine Lord Scarlet Dragon, they don't know that I am the Divine Lord Scarlet Dragon. Xinxiang was not too worried. After all, this was Yuzilian's territory. Suddenly, several powerful dukes had appeared. At this time, their auras were extremely powerful. Even Yuzilian, who was in closed-door cultivation, could sense it. Everyone, what business do you have here? After Yuzilian sensed it, he let out a cold and imposing voice. Dan King, we are here to ask for someone. The one who spoke was the Heavens' Fire King. Facing Yuzilian, he was actually much more polite. You might not know this, but this is the person that Crazy Emperor and Xiao Emperor want. Who? Yuzilian was also very puzzled. She immediately thought of her sister who had just arrived. It was impossible for the two emperors to want Xianro. After all, Xianro was the daughter of the Heavens' Thunder King, and the Heavens' Thunder King was also in charge of capturing people. Then there was only Yuzilian. His name is Xinxiang. He is inside your altar. Heavens' Fire King said, am I right? Chapter 44:14. Xianro immediately stood in front of Xinxiang and glared at Zai Bailian. Ever since Zai Bailian arrived, Xianro had been wearing a mask all day. This was also what Zai Bailian wanted her to wear. She did not want Zai Bailian to know their appearances. Zai Bailian did not know about the relationship between Xianro and Zai Bailian, mainly because Zai Bailian did not tell her. Although Zai Bailian mentioned Xinxiang to Zai Bailian, she only said that Xinxiang was very good at refining the Heavenly Nightmare Elemental Pill. She did not say anything else. It was obvious that she had some reservations about her sister. Zai Bailian looked at Xinxiang as if she had seen a treasure, because if she captured Xinxiang, she would be able to make a contribution. She did not know that Xinxiang could refine the Heavenly Nightmare Purple Lotus Pill. Otherwise, she would definitely have other thoughts. After all, the Heavenly Nightmare Purple Lotus Pill was very beneficial to her. Zai Bailian also did not know that the Heavenly Nightmare Purple Lotus Pill could condense the demonic Tao seed. Zai Bailian and Xianro had cultivated the demonic Tao seed, but they kept this a secret. They would not tell anyone unless they had Xinxiang's permission. They were all alchemists and knew that Xinxiang could refine a heaven-defying pill. If news of this spread, it would attract a lot of trouble and even death. Therefore, even if Xinxiang did not say anything, they would keep this secret for Xinxiang. Sister, what do you plan to do? Zai Bailian appeared behind Zai Bailian as she spoke. Even facing her sister, Zai Bailian was very angry because it was Zai Bailian who betrayed Xinxiang and told Crazy Emperor and Emperor Xiao where Xinxiang was. My good sister, as long as you hand over Xinxiang, we will both be rewarded. Both you and I will be rewarded handsomely. Zai Bailian felt that her sister was angry and quickly said gently, Don't be angry, I'm doing this for your own good. Once we obtain the rewards from Crazy Emperor and Emperor Xiao, we can become stronger. I don't need their charity. Zillian said coldly, Xinxiang is mine. No one is allowed to touch him. Her voice was cold and filled with authority. Even Ran White Lotus was slightly fearful at this moment. Sister, both Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kuang have a deep understanding of the 6 Tao law. Without their guidance, you will not be able to obtain the cultivation experience of the 6 paths of Tao in the future. You White Lotus said, you have to think carefully. Without cultivation experience, you will fall behind very quickly. You will be surpassed by many people very soon. I said, I don't need it. Go. Zillion closed her eyes and said coldly, Don't come here in the future. You know me. I don't want to spend too much time with someone who doesn't know alchemy. Sister, you've changed. You're no longer the filial daughter who insisted on revenge. Do you still remember how your parents died? How did they die in front of you back then? Do you really not remember? Ran White Lotus pretended to be sad. Tears flowed from her seductive eyes. She looked as if her heart had been broken. Zillion did not mention anything about Guan Yanchao's death. It was obvious that she had grown a lot in these days. Shenxiang had some worries before. Zhao Zillion would always be plagued by the vicious Zhao White Lotus in the palm of his hand and would not wake up. Now it seemed that his worries were unnecessary because he and Shinro did not remind Zillion, and she already knew that there was something wrong with her sister. At this time, Tianyang Fire King's voice came from outside. He shouted, Elixir King, no matter what, we must capture Xinxiang today. Hand the person over to me. If you cooperate with us, Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kuang will definitely reward you. You can go back. I don't want to fight with you. You are no match for me at all. Zillion's voice came out. She said, Tell Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kuang that I am no longer Tianyang Elixir King from now on. I am Zillion, and I will establish my own sect. She rarely spoke of her name to outsiders. Most of the dukes outside did not know her name. Now that she had said it, it meant that she was really going to cut herself off. Elixir King, if you don't have Emperor Zhao's knowledge of the 6 paths of reincarnation, your cultivation will stagnate in the future. Soon you will be surpassed. You must think carefully, Tianyang Thunder King said. My good sister, I will persuade you one last time. As long as you hand over Xinxiang, you will be rewarded by Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kuang, and you will continue to receive their knowledge of the 6 paths of reincarnation. No matter how I look at it, this is the wisest decision. Ran White Lotus said loudly so that the dukes outside could hear her. She wanted to prove that she was trying to persuade Zillion. I want to ask you one thing. Will it be Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kuang who will reward me, or the 6 clans of Fate Spirit? Will it be Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kuang who will share their knowledge of the 6 paths of reincarnation? Will it be Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kuang who want to capture Xinxiang, or will it be the 6 clans who want to capture Xinxiang? Tai Zillion was not stupid. She knew immediately that the one who wanted to capture Xinxiang was definitely the Life Soul 6 clans. Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kuang had just arrived from the Heavenly Nightmare universe. They had not seen Xinxiang before. How would they know that Xinxiang was an evil, chaotic child? Zillion, don't be so ungrateful. I have helped you so much all these years. Is this how you treat me? I am your sister. You don't want me as your family because of this evil, chaotic child? Yu Bailian was also a little angry because if she couldn't catch Xinxiang, those rewards would have nothing to do with her. Shanxiang guessed that the 6 clans of Fate Spirit had given him too much. Even Emperor Xiao and Emperor Kuang, who hated the 6 clans, had joined in. Chapter 44:15. Yu Zillion also let out a long sigh of relief because she had finally scared you by Lian away. My injuries haven't healed yet. Also, I'm not in a good state right now. If she really fought me here, I might not be able to beat her. Yu Zillion's face suddenly became pale. After all, she was injured by Guan Yanchao and could not recover in a short period of time. Furthermore, she had soul extraction in her body and Guan Yanchao's powerful soul power, so her current state was indeed not good, and she had not adjusted yet. Sister, my father is outside. Let me do it next. Shinro bit her lips and said, We must protect little brother Shin. Young Master Shin, Shinro and I will delay for a while. You should take this time to run. We will cover you. Yu Zillion said with a guilty face, I'm sorry I can't protect you now. I'm really sorry you helped me take revenge, but I can't repay you. Sister Zillion, what are you talking about? I'm very happy that you are not bewitched by Yu Bailian. Shenxiang laughed and said, Sister Shinro and I felt that there was something wrong with Yu Bailian. We were secretly discussing how to warn you, without causing you to feel disgusted. I have been blinded by hatred for many years. Otherwise, I would have known that she had been using me. Yu Zilian gritted her teeth and said, I still don't know why she did this. Now that she knew that she was betrayed by her sister, her mood was terrible. However, she had to stabilize her emotions now. After all, she still needed to take charge of the situation. She could not panic. Younger brother Shin, I feel that you know more. Xian Ro looked at Qinxiang and said, You can still tell elder sister more about the feeling of the white lotus. Sister Zilian, I suspect that your parents were betrayed by Yu Bailian. As for why, I don't know what benefits she received. Xinxiang said. Yu Zilian's body trembled, and then she sighed. She was silent for a moment and sighed. If that's really the case, then this plan started back then. It was to cast the curse on me so that my nightmare seed could grow. Even Emperor Shao and Crazed Emperor might be involved. Why do you think they will be involved? Shanxiang did not know about this and asked anxiously. I just have this feeling. Yu Zilian gently shook her head and said, I'm not very sure either, but no matter what, if I did meet you, young Master Shin, Guan Yanchao's plan would have succeeded. Outside, Heaven's Thunder Emperor and Heaven's Fire Emperor kept persuading Zhao Zilian. They even said that they were in contact with Emperor Shao and Emperor Crazed. Once they got their approval, they would immediately attack the Purple Lotus altar. Xia Zilian did not pay attention to them because she had already decided to throw caution to the wind and protect Qinxiang, allowing him to escape from the Purple Lotus altar. Sister, why did that Guan Yanchao choose you? Shinro asked. This was also what Xinxiang wanted to ask. Granny Linglong did not manage to retrieve this part of his memories from Guan Yanchao. It was obvious that Guan Yanchao had destroyed it himself, and he did not wish for anyone else to know about the secret. I don't know. My parents know, but they are already dead. Zhao Zilian shook her head and said, Emperor Shao and Emperor Crazed should also know, because they have been pursuing me for many years. Obviously, they have thought of a way to combine with me to obtain something from me. Sister Zilian, there is no time now. Otherwise, I would have investigated your situation. Xinxiang said, I have to leave this place as soon as possible and find a way to wash away our relationship. Young Master Shin, have you really been sealed for 100,000 years? Zhao Zilian asked. Brother Shin, I believe that you are not the son of evil chaos. Shinro said, You are such a good person. I can feel it. Of course, I am not the son of evil chaos. Xinxiang smiled and said, But I have indeed been sealed for 100,000 years. But no matter what, you are all older than me. It is not bad for me to call you sisters. Brother Shen, leave the rest to us. Shinro smiled gently and said, We will use the messaging charm to contact each other. Sister Zilian, this messaging charm is for you. Shanxiang also took out a messaging charm and handed it to Zhao Zilian. He said, We can contact each other in the future. We can even meet in secret. Don't worry, I can block the nobles outside. This is my territory. With the help of the Purple Lotus altar, I can barely contend with them for a while. Zhao Zilian said. No need, a friend is here to pick me up. Xinxiang chuckled and said, He can safely take me away. Friend? What friend of yours is so strong? Zhao Zilian frowned. Before she could get an answer, the space around Xinxiang suddenly fluctuated and then disappeared. Xinxiang used the power released by the divine mirror of 6 realms to perform a short-distance teleportation. This was also what Little Mirror had just realized. Through Granny Linglong, she could gradually familiarize herself with the space laws of the universe. After Xinxiang teleported outside, he immediately released the divine mirror of 6 realms. The divine mirror of 6 realms floated high up in the sky and suddenly became incomparably huge. Seeing such a shocking scene, Heaven's I Fire King and Heaven's I Thunder King were the most familiar with it. Zhao Zilian, who had come out of the purple lotus altar, was also very familiar with this scene. Chapter 44:16. As the 6 races of Fate Soul became more active in the sacred realm, Xinxiang would be exposed sooner or later. Thus, he planned to use this chance to make a name for himself. God Lord Scarlet Dragon had been able to force Heaven's Oyster Fire King and Heaven's Oyster Thunder King to compromise, which meant that he was very strong. Now that everyone knew that God Lord Scarlet Dragon had called Xinxiang his big brother, wouldn't that mean that Xinxiang was even stronger? Even if he wasn't strong, if God Lord Scarlet Dragon had called him big brother, then he had to be exceptional. Xinxiang, you really are an evil chaos child. Heaven's Oyster Fire King shouted angrily. Stop hiding and show yourself if you have the guts. You piece of trash, you can't even beat my little brother, God Lord Scarlet Dragon. Just rest and go home to sleep. Xinxiang's lazy voice came from the sky. It sounded very calm, but when it was transmitted down, it covered a large area of the sea and gave off a very shocking feeling. Heaven's Oyster Fire King was furious, but he didn't dare to make a fuss because he wasn't confident that he could beat God Lord Scarlet Dragon. God Lord Scarlet Dragon, who could seal space by himself, wasn't someone they could deal with. Pill King, what do you have to say now? Xinxiang is an evil chaos child. He's a scourge that we have to get rid of. Do you know your wrongs now? Pill King Heavenly Oyster turned his anger toward Yen Zilian. The 6 races of Fate Soul say that he's an evil chaos child, and you believe them? The 6 races of Fate Soul are the evilest existences. Yen Zilian sneered. We've been harmed by the 6 races of Fate Soul for so many years, and you still believe their nonsense? You're hopelessly stupid. The kings naturally didn't care if the 6 races of Fate Soul said that Xinxiang was an evil chaos child. They had come here mainly to bring Xinxiang back to receive the reward. Who cared how evil this evil chaos child was? Pill King, then let me ask you, why are you with Xinxiang? Heaven's Oyster Fire King's tone was very unpleasant as he questioned loudly. This person must have a goal for approaching you. Without waiting for Yai Zillion to answer, Xinxiang immediately took the initiative. That's right, I did approach her for a reason. Because I wanted to take her as my concubine. But unfortunately, you guys ruined it. Because I heard that your king and those 2 idiotic great emperors couldn't even get a beauty like Zillion, so I wanted to try. You heavenly rock race are all a bunch of trash. Look at me. I've been with this kind of beauty for many days. Have you ever had this kind of opportunity? I even saw her real face and held her hand. After Xinxiang finished speaking, he burst into laughter. This made Heaven's Thunder Emperor and Heaven's Fire Emperor feel very uncomfortable. They felt very uncomfortable. A woman like Yen Zilian was actually just a concubine in the eyes of this evil chaos son. Yu Zilian also felt that it was strange. But she knew that Xinxiang was deliberately distancing himself from her so that she would not be ostracized by the heavenly K race. Xian Ro, on the other hand, felt sour in her heart. Although she knew that Xinxiang said that on purpose, she still hoped that Xinxiang could say the same thing to her. Forget it, forget it. Yu Zilian is just a good-looking woman. It's not worth wasting my energy on her. Xinxiang said, I'll chase after her when I have time in the future. For her sake, I'll let you guys off today. If you come and bother me again in the future, I'll let you guys experience the power of the evil Chaos Sun. Xinxiang released the 6 realms mirrors and appeared for a while. After intimidating the dukes below, he let them feel the power of the 6 realms mirrors and the world-defying mountain and river diagram. Then he shrunk the 6 realms mirrors and quickly left the place. He was not worried about Yu Zilian. After all, she was the Dan King, and many people were counting on her to refine pills in the future. although she was determined not to hand over Xinxiang before. But some of the dukes now thought that Yu Zilian had been bewitched by Xinxiang, so they weren't too worried. As long as Xinxiang wasn't with Yu Zilian, then they wouldn't have such a big burden to capture Xinxiang in the future. After all, Yu Zilian was still very strong, and she was even a heavenly Dan King. After completely offending her, he could forget about finding her to refine pills in the future. Dan King, this is not your fault. Emperor Xiao will not blame you. Thunder King Tian Xiao said. Go back and tell Emperor Xiao that I, Yu Zilian, am already Xinxiang's woman. The most precious and mysterious thing on my body already belongs to the evil Chaos Sun. Yu Zilian sneered. Emperor Xiao and crazy Emperor, didn't they pursue me for so many years just to obtain the things on my body? Xian Rou was stunned. She naturally knew that nothing had happened between Xinxiang and Yu Zilian, but Yu Zilian admitted to it. She had been pure and clean for many years, but now that she had come to the world-defying stage universe, she had announced that she had such a close relationship with the people of the world-defying stage universe. Xian Rou was suddenly curious. If Yu Zilian really stuck to Xinxiang, would Xinxiang also reject him? Dan King, you can't say such things carelessly. Thunder King Tian Xiao was also very shocked and quickly said. Chapter 44:17. Xinxiang wanted to return to the Scarlet Dragon Island and use the Six Realms mirrors to absorb the heavenly jewels. This was because he had already used up a lot of his heavenly jewels and urgently needed to replenish them to a safe amount. After all, Xinxiang did not know how many enemies he would have to face in the future. With his current strength, coupled with the heavenly jewels, it would be difficult for him to find a match. Without the heavenly jewels, he was not sure if he could handle it with his own strength. This was because ever since the appearance of the 6 paths of cultivation, he had never personally fought with a strong enemy. In most cases, if he could rely on the 6 realms mirrors to solve the problem, he would not personally take action to avoid getting injured. This was because he was only an alchemist. He had to ensure that he would not be injured in order to refine more pills. Xinxiang was lying on the 6 realms mirrors. At this moment, he was also very relaxed. Previously, in the purple lotus altar, although he was with the 2 beauties all day long, it made him feel a lot of pressure. Especially Xian Rou. It seemed like she wanted to rely on him. Thinking of Xian Rou, Xinxiang was very worried. He thought that Xian Rou was willing to sacrifice herself to marry him in order to help Yu Zilian. But now Xian Rou actually took it seriously. Just as Xinxiang thought of Xian Rou, the communication talisman vibrated. It was from Xian Rou. Little brother Xin, they've all left. Can you come back now? Sister, and I have a lot of things to ask you. Xian Rou's gentle voice came from the communication talisman. Sister Xian Rou, I suddenly have an urgent matter, so I won't be going back for the time being. If you encounter anything you don't understand in terms of cultivation, you can communicate with me through the communication talisman. Xinxiang, who was originally lying comfortably, immediately sat up. Young Master Shen, are you angry? Yu Zilian, who was at the side, asked, What I said before. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. It's all my fault for being too impulsive. No. Xinxiang laughed. Sister Zilian is also trying to get rid of Crazy Emperor and Emperor Zhao's entanglement, as long as I can help Sister Zilian. However, this will bring you a lot of trouble in the future. Yu Zilian sighed softly. Young Master Shin, you helped us so much, and we have yet to repay you. However, I've caused you a lot of trouble. I'm really sorry. Sister Zilian, I urgently need a batch of pill furnaces. Can you help me? Xinxiang said, If you can, help me get a batch of good pill furnaces. No problem. Zilian to agree to it. Little brother Shin, I can help you to help me. I can help you too. Xian Rou laughed. How many pill furnaces do you need? What kind of quality do you want? The materials of our heavenly nightmare universe are better than those of the world-defying universe. I have helped many people refine pills over the years, and many of them are refining artifacts. Zillion to Zillion said. Zillion said, Zillion said E. Zillion to Zillion to Zillion to Zillion to Zillion Zillion Zili. Chen Xiang's previous batch of pill furnaces was still a bit lacking. The refining materials of the heavenly nightmare universe were indeed better than the world-defying universe. Using materials from the heavenly nightmare universe to make a batch of pill furnaces would also guarantee their quality. Young Master Shin, remember to look for me when you're done with your business, Zillion said. Emperor Shao, Mad Emperor, and that Guanyin Chao all want something from me. What was it about me that attracted them? I want you to examine my body. Okay, I'll find you as soon as possible. Xinxiang said, shut down. As for the 6 paths of Tao, I will contact you as soon as I have any insights into them. After Xinxiang agreed with Zillion Shinro, he sped up and returned to Crimson Dragon Island. This was because he had killed many important figures from the Hall of Life and Soul and 6 sacred gates on the Crimson Dragon Island. The people from the Life Soul Palace and the 6 Paths Sacred Gate should know about this by now. It was about time for them to come. There was another very important reason why Xinxiang had returned to the Scarlet Dragon Island, and that was to transform the Scarlet Dragon tribe. The Tianho people, the Tianho orcs, the 6 tribes of Life Soul, and the people of the Life Soul Palace were superior in all aspects. If the living beings of the world-defying universe were not transformed, they would be crushed by these powerful races. Shen Xiang remembered that in the altar he saw the Tianho people use the energy core of the altar to transform living beings. In the end, they became very strong. That energy core was the current Granny Linglong. Granny Linglong did not advise Shen Xiang to use that energy because it was too risky. Once he lost control, all kinds of strange and dangerous races would be born. But now Granny Linglong saw that Shen Xiang could refine the 6 paths life soul, which could be considered as creating the 6 paths of Tao. Therefore, she believed that Shen Xiang had enough power to create new living beings without losing control. Chapter 44:18. Shen Xiang believed that if his body grew up, its strength would increase by a lot, and his strength would become stronger. His cultivation in all aspects would also become faster. His current body was growing too slowly, as if he had been cursed, making it difficult for him to grow up. Previously, he had a huge breakthrough, and at that time he looked more mature. But for some reason, he actually grew back during this period of time. This was because Shinro told him that he was a very tender youth. Xun Xiang then carefully looked at himself in the mirror. Looking at his youthful and handsome self, he fell into deep thought. I actually grew in reverse. Little master, there must be something wrong with your body. The growth of your body has nothing to do with time. Granny Linglong laughed. Although you still look like a 15 or 16-year-old youth, you're still considered tall and strong. You can do what adults can do. Shin Xiang looked at the divine mirror of 6 paths, touched his handsome little face and sighed. That is true, but I feel that it is better for me to look like an adult, or else I will be too popular with girls. After all, many girls were not too wary of handsome and interesting youths like him. It was easy for them to have strange and unhealthy thoughts about him. Can't you just make yourself a little uglier? This shouldn't be too difficult for you. Granny Linglong laughed. Or you can wear a mask. After Chun Xiang was reborn, although he could still see that he was similar to his previous life, he had also become a lot more handsome at the same time. The outline of that handsome face always carried a kind of strange charm. Coupled with his superb alchemy skills, it was easy for him to attract the attention of the ladies. This was the first time Shin Xiang felt troubled by something like this. Even if he made himself ugly, he could still attract girls, who asked him to have such a special charm, especially those girls with sharp eyes. They would be able to see the shining points of his body. Could this really be related to some curse? Shin Xiang frowned. Could it be that there is more than just the forgotten fate curse on me? there are other curses? It's very likely to be a chain curse or something like a mother-child curse. Granny Linglong said, the fellas from the 6 clans of the Fate Spirit Realm have many weird curses in this area that are hard to guard against. You have a Forgetting Fate curse on you. They can use this Forgetting Fate curse to derive other curses and then continuously use them on you. What? Is that true? When Xin Xiang heard this, he nearly jumped up in anger. Could it be that after my rebirth, those bastards from the 6 races of life soul are still constantly cursing me? It's really possible. However, they could only be derived from the Forgetting Fate curse. As for what kind of curse you have, only those who are involved in the curse will know. Granny Linglong said, Guan Yinchao's soul is still intact, right? Xin Xiang said, maybe he knows something. He protected his memories very well. I can't read them. Granny Linglong sighed. Furthermore, he suffered a backlash from the vengeful soul curse. His soul is currently being tortured, so he won't release his memories. Let me talk to him, Xin Xiang said. Sure. Granny Linglong also knew that Guan Yanchao held many secrets of the 6 clans of life soul. If she could break through them, she would gain a lot. Guan Yanchao, I am Xin Xiang, the one who killed you, Divine Lord Scarlet Dragon, Xin Xiang said. Bastard, I've heard of you. Guan Yanchao shouted. This world-defying universe was created by you. You've heard of me? Xin Xiang was a little surprised. Guan Yanchao was currently in great pain, but he was still able to communicate with Shen Xiang through his consciousness. I've been suppressed, but I'm very clear about what's going on outside. Guan Yanchao laughed coldly. You little bastard, if you want to live on, it's best if you help me relieve my pain. I don't think you have that ability. You killed Sister Zillion's parents. I can't let you off, Xin Xiang said. The death of that little girl's parents is related to her sister. So what if I was the one who killed her? Her soul was taken by her sister. Guan Yanchao said, Back then I tortured her parents' souls, but in the end I didn't destroy their souls because Yu Bai Lian said that she would give her parents' souls. What did Yu Bai Lian get from you guys? Shen Xiang asked. What did she get? She got a lot. Through my connections, this bitch snuck into the 6 clans of Life Soul and slept with many of the outstanding young elites of the 6 clans of Life Soul. Guan Yanchao laughed coldly. That's right, those bullshit Emperor Shao and Crazy Emperor were also slept with by her. She is a complete bitch, much more vicious than me. Xin Xiang opened his eyes wide. He really could not tell that Yu Bai Lian was actually so sinister. In order to achieve her goal, she had even harmed her own parents, so it was fine for her to do other things. Looks like she's quite capable. The men she slept with probably lost quite a few. Xin Xiang laughed. This woman seems to be quite difficult to deal with. Maybe she has already controlled quite a few powerful fellows to work for her. Chapter 44:19. Xin Xiang, on the other hand, did not know what the ability to refine a small life spirit meant in the eyes of the big shots of the 6 clans. He can refine a small life spirit? That's impossible. It's impossible for him to do something that our 6 clans of life spirit couldn't do in hundreds of millions of years. Although our 6 clans have disputes, we still have a team that specializes in researching how to create a real life spirit. We have never created a real life spirit. How can he do it alone? This is simply a fool's dream. Guan Yanchao shouted that it was impossible. He really did not believe that anyone could do it. Yo, you guys have a team? And you've been working on it for hundreds of millions of years. You didn't even manage to do it? Ha ha ha. You 6 clans of life spirit are really a bunch of trash. Granny Linglong laughed out loud. My little master did it. Bullshit. Do you think he can do it just because you say so? Show me the life spirit he created. If he can really create it, I'll eat *T while standing upside down. Guan Yanchao sneered. Little master, let him broaden his horizons. Granny Linglong said, Granny, isn't that a little inappropriate? Shen Xiang was a little worried. After all, his little life spirit was still very weak. Don't worry, Guan Yanchao's soul is very weak. The power of his soul has been sucked away, so he can't even do anything to a dog, let alone a small life spirit. Granny Linglong chuckled. Guan Yanchao was furious. The current him was indeed unable to beat a dog. The reason why his soul was not destroyed was because he was one of the 6 clans of life spirit. Otherwise, he would have been finished long ago. Xin Xiang placed the 6 realms mirrors into the world, defying God Furnace. Now, it was Sister Xiao Jing who was controlling the 6 life spirits. Shan Xiang could only see the inside of the divine furnace shining. It should be the 6 life spirits emitting waves of energy. Then, Guan Yanchao did not make a sound. It was unknown if it was because he was shocked, but in short, his soul had become very quiet. Guan Yanchao, don't tell me that after living for so many years and rebuking the 6 clans of life spirit for so many years, you can't tell if this life spirit is man-made or not. Granny Linglong chuckled. Are you dumbfounded? You even said you were going to perform a handstand and eat shit. You clearly don't have a body, so what's the point of your performance? 6 Tao cultivation laws. Could it be that they appeared because of the birth of this little life spirit? Guan Yanchao's soul finally spoke with a trembling voice. You're pretty smart. This little life spirit was called the 6 Paths life spirit. Young master is indeed still too young and has yet to fully comprehend the 6 Tao laws of cultivation, but he is still walking ahead of many people. Also, the vessel you're in right now is the life spirit of the world-defying stage universe, together with the life spirit of the heavenly nightmare universe and me. So, it's an honor for you to be locked up here. Granny Linglong said slowly. Xin Xiang had already taken back the 6 realms mirrors. He realized that this Guan Yanchao still had some ability and could see a lot of things. Guan Yanchao fell silent again. The prideful universe life spirit, the heavenly nightmare universe life spirit, and Granny Linglong's life spirit. This was simply heaven-defying. Guan Yanchao had been sealed for millions of years, and 100,000 years ago, he had received news that the life spirit 6 clans had joined hands to curse a person. He had never been able to figure it out until now. Only now did he know why he had to curse Xin Xiang. Because if Shen Xiang was not destroyed, the heavens would not tolerate it. The life spirit 6 clans would definitely be crushed. Guan Yanchao, you have been suppressed by the life spirit 6 clans for millions of years. Aren't you filled with resentment towards the life spirit 6 clans? Your ultimate goal should be to destroy the life spirit 6 clans, right? Granny Linglong said, since that's the case, you can stay here. Even if you don't have any strength or body, you can still participate in destroying the life spirit 6 clans. Destroying the life spirit 6 clans was also Granny Linglong's wish. What can I do? Guan Yanchao asked. Although he was in great pain from the backlash of the curse, he was able to endure it. It could be seen that his soul had suffered a lot during the millions of years he was sealed. What other curses do I have? Xin Xiang asked. I feel that those curses pose a great threat to me. I only know that the forgetting fate curse on you is the worst. As for the other curses, I'm not sure. Even I can't see through the curse. But I have a way for you to find out for yourself. Guan Yanchao said, I can help you. My conditions aren't high either. Just help me get rid of the 6 fellows from the life spirit 6 clans and stuff their souls into me. If you can send their souls in, I can transfer the backlash of the vengeful soul curse to their souls. Guan Yanchao said, What are those 6 fellows like? Xin Xiang asked. Don't worry, they are much more vicious than me. If you do it, you won't have any psychological burden. Guan Yanchao said. I mean, are they all very strong, compared to you? Xin Xiang asked. They are much weaker than me. I was suppressed for many years, and then came here from the divine realm. My strength was restricted by the laws, so I was killed by you. Guan Yanchao said, If they come here, you should be able to kill them too. All right. Xinxiang said, Oh right, I have one more thing to ask you. What's the situation with Sister Zillion? Crazy Emperor and Emperor Shao both seem to want something from her. Why did you take such a huge risk and choose to place the vengeful soul curse on her? Brat, how is your relationship with her? Guan Yanchao did not answer, but instead asked, Tell me the truth. Chapter 44:20. Shanxiang had also thought about it carefully, but he couldn't figure out why the mysterious thing in Yu Zillian's body was related to the Heavenly Mother spirit race. It's very related. Do you know why the Heavenly Mother spirit race was once able to contend against the 6 races of life spirit? Guan Yanchao said, Back then, the Heavenly Mother spirit race was almost the overlord of all the universes. If they had not lost that battle, then the 6 races of life spirit would have been completely destroyed. Shanxiang also knew that the Heavenly Mother spirit race and the 6 races of life spirit had a grudge against each other. However, he never expected that there would be such a great battle and that they would almost win against the 6 races of life spirit. Back then, it wasn't just the 6 races of life spirit. There were a total of 9 races of life spirit. Among them, 3 were destroyed by the Heavenly Mother spirit race, so there are only 6 left. Guan Yanchao continued to talk about the Heavenly Mother spirit race. He seemed to be somewhat excited. Isn't the Heavenly Mother spirit race very strong? Granny Linglong was also very shocked because her universe was destroyed by the 6 races of life spirit. However, the Heavenly Mother spirit race had almost destroyed the 6 races of life spirit. Wait, what does this have to do with Sister Zillion? Xinxiang said, Guan Yanchao, hurry up and tell me what's so special about Sister Zillion. Be patient. Guan Yanchao continued to talk about the Heavenly Mother spirit race. The reason why the Heavenly Mother spirit race was so powerful back then was mainly because they had a very strong boss. Their boss is a 9-colored lotus flower. Speaking of the lotus, Xinxiang also listened attentively because he was finally about to contact Yu Zillion. I don't know how she managed to cultivate herself into a 9-colored lotus. Furthermore, this 9-colored lotus has many petals. It is called the 9-colored 10,000 lotus. Guan Yanchao said, This boss of the Heavenly Mother spirit race is also called the 9-colored lotus emperor. It is said that her name is Zillion. Shenxiang did not ask any more questions this time because he knew that the next part was about Yu Zillion. 9-colored lotus emperor was betrayed. So she suffered a crushing defeat and was killed by the 6 races of life spirit. Guan Yanchao let out a long sigh. Otherwise, there would be no 6 races of life spirit today. Who betrayed her? Is it Heavenly Mother Soul Clan? Asked Xinxiang. No, they are all close friends of the Lotus Emperor. They have been through life and death for many years. Guan Yanchao said, If not for their betrayal and sneak attack, she would not have lost so miserably. You're saying that the purple lotus is related to the 9-colored lotus emperor. Granny Linglong asked, There's a connection between them? 9-colored myriad lotuses. Each petal is a lotus emperor. In other words, even the petals could transform into avatars. When the lotus emperor is fighting, she can always release many clones. The clones are almost as strong as her, so she can always win. Guan Yanchao said. Xinxiang was shocked. He thought of Xian Rou. Even if Xian Rou was Yu Zillion's clone, she had many clones herself. Although Xian Rou was just a clone, she could grow and become so powerful. Yu Zillion also seemed to have doppelgangers, but she did not release all of them like Xian Rou. This seemed to be their innate ability. They were always able to easily cultivate powerful clones. The Life Soul 6 clans all thought that the 9-colored Lotus Emperor had been completely annihilated. However, they never expected that a very small purple lotus petal would escape. This purple lotus was very young and floated in various universes. After floating for who knows how many years, it went to the heavenly nightmare universe. Then, it parasitized a dead fetus and was finally reborn. When this baby girl was born, purple lotuses bloomed around her, so she was named Zillion. Guan Yanchao said, Could it be that Sister Zillion is the reincarnation of the 9-colored Lotus Emperor? Shan Xiang had thought that Yu Zillion might have obtained the inheritance of the 9-colored Lotus Emperor. However, he still had some doubts and asked, Sister Zillion doesn't seem to have any memories of the 9-colored Lotus Emperor. Of course she doesn't. The Lotus Emperor's memories have all been sealed. If Yu Zillion's strength has not returned to its peak, then she will not be able to awaken the enormous amount of memories. Guan Yanchao said, Furthermore, without the Lotus Emperor's memories, she can avoid being discovered by the Life Soul 6 clans. Then what's going on with Yu Zillion? Shin Xiang asked. Yu Zillion was not originally called White Lotus. She named it after her sister. Guan Yanchao said, How strong is Sister Zillion from the Lotus Emperor's cultivation? Shan Xiang naturally hoped that Yu Zillion could quickly recover the Lotus Emperor's memories. Does she need to reach the realm of Emperor Shao and Crazy Emperor? Emperor Shao and Crazy Emperor? They are too weak. Guan Yanchao said, If Yu Zillion wants to obtain the memories of her previous life, she must cultivate the 9-colored 10,000 lotus. Then, you use the vengeful soul curse on her because you want to possess her. Shin Xiang frowned and said, What is your goal for her? She is the ancestor of the heavenly mother spirit race. If I can fuse with her through the vengeful soul curse, I can become her. Guan Yanchao said, As long as I become her, I can completely become a woman and I can return to the heavenly mother spirit race. Chapter 44:21. Guan Yanchao had planned so many things, all for the sake of becoming a real woman. This result surprised Xinxiang and Granny Linglong. Fortunately, they were all people who had seen the world, so to them this kind of thing was not particularly strange. Guan Yanchao, after so many years, don't you know how to cultivate a woman's body? Granny Linglong said, With your strength, not to mention a woman's body, even 1,000 wouldn't be a problem. I've tried, but I can't adapt to that kind of body. And no matter what I do, my voice will always be male. Guan Yanchao said, Even if it's the voice of my soul, it's difficult to change it into a woman's voice. So there's only one way to completely turn me into a woman, and that is to possess the 9-colored Lotus Emperor. If Yu Zillion knew that she had been tortured by the curse for so many years for this reason, she would definitely be so angry that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't worry. Just follow me and learn how to be a woman from me. Granny Linglong said, Don't even think about going out for the rest of your life. A guy like you shouldn't go out and harm others. I didn't expect to see the light of day again. Perhaps this is my fate. I only have one wish now, and that is to destroy the life spirit 6 clans. They sealed and suppressed me for so many years. I must settle this debt. Guan Yanchao said, Why were you sealed by the life spirit 6 clans? Shan Xiang asked, I heard that you were abusing all kinds of curses, right? And you even used them on the people of the life spirit 6 clans? Bullshit. They were the ones who ostracized me. They were jealous of the speed at which I learned curses. Furthermore, I can create all kinds of powerful curse techniques. They were worried that they wouldn't be able to defeat me in the future, so they attacked me in advance. Guan Yanchao said angrily, Those guys realized that I didn't have a pure bloodline of the life spirit 6 clans. After my parents died, they immediately attacked me. Xinxiang's eyes lit up. Guan Yanchao had mastered so many curses he could learn them. The fact that the life spirit 6 clans were so afraid of Guan Yanchao meant that the curses he mastered were very powerful. Teach me all of your curses. I'll use them to deal with those guys, Shin Xiang said. You? Ha! You won't be able to learn it. Although you created 6 life souls, not everyone can learn the curses of the 6 races of life souls. Guan Yanchao was very sure that Shin Xiang couldn't learn those curses. I want to learn. How would I know if I don't try? Shin Xiang insisted on learning. All right, we'll talk about it later. I'm still too weak right now. I need to rest. Guan Yanchao said, I have nothing now, and only some memories are valuable to you. Otherwise, you would have killed me long ago, right? At least you know your place. Granny Linglong laughed. If I hadn't seen that this kid had the potential to fight against the 6 races of life soul, I wouldn't have told you so much even if I died. Guan Yanchao sneered. Moreover, I will deliberately say a little bit to whet your appetite and make you unhappy. The 6 realms mirrors landed on the Scarlet Dragon Island, and it became much quieter. Right now, only a large number of flying shuttles of the Heavenly Barrow race were flying out of that spatial door. Those flying shuttles did not land on the Scarlet Dragon Island, which meant that the Heavens Eye Fire King and the Heavens Eye Thunder King were still very important. If the contract was broken, both of them would suffer. What surprised Shin Xiang was that the number of flying shuttles was getting fewer and fewer. He never thought that the Heavenly Barrow race would complete their migration so quickly. After Shin Xiang returned, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch immediately found Shin Xiang. Dragon Lord, I feel that something is wrong with the Kanglan Sea. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch said, Our Crimson Dragon race often drinks seawater. It's weird. Weird? Then do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Shan Xiang did not notice any special changes in the seawater. No, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch said, we just felt that the taste of the seawater had changed. Furthermore, there was a strange feeling when we drank it. Shan Xiang immediately flew to the seaside and took out the 6 realms mirrors to examine it carefully, letting little sister Xiao Jing sense it. Then he took out the world-defying god furnace and filled it with a large amount of seawater. He also asked Granny Linglong to help him take a look. In any case, Shen Xiang himself didn't discover anything. Big brother, I didn't discover anything. Why don't you drink a little? Little sister Xiao Jing said, maybe only your body structure can feel the changes in the seawater. Shan Xiang immediately drank a cup, but just as he drank it, he had an indescribable strange feeling. The taste was spicy and sweet. What's going on? Why do I feel this way? Shen Xiang also discovered that something was wrong, but he could not say it out loud. He must have added something. He immediately contacted Yan Qing, the spy, and asked, Brother Yan, have you drunk any seawater recently? Shin. Young Master Shin. When Yan Qing heard Shin Xiang's message, he was rather shocked. Chapter 44:22. The Thunder Shadow altar that Yan Qing was in was under the Heavenly Thunder King, and was responsible for spying on intelligence. Therefore, Shin Xiang immediately contacted Xanro. Her father was the Heavenly Thunder King, so she should know something. However, Xanro did not know anything about the sea. She also wanted to know what was wrong with the sea. After that, Shen Xiang contacted Zillian and asked her if she knew anything about this. Zillian had already cut off ties with the Heavenly Thunder race, so she did not know about this matter. She was the same as Xanro, asking what was wrong with the sea. At this time, the Crimson Dragon Patriarch came to find Shin Xiang again, and he was sweating profusely. Dragon Lord, we seem to be out of control. We all want to drink the seawater. Many of the young people in the clan can't control themselves and ran to drink it. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch's expression was very ugly as he sweated profusely. He looked very uncomfortable. Patriarch, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Shin Xiang asked. I want to drink too. The Crimson Dragon Patriarch shook his head, then gritted his teeth and said, There is a desire that is driving us to drink the seawater. Previously, Yan Qing had said that no matter what, he could not drink the seawater anymore. Otherwise, there would be problems. Shan Xiang also realized that there was a huge problem with the seawater. He immediately contacted the Great Kuan sect and had Guaning and Du Hai announce the news as soon as possible. He did not want the people from the Tsanglan continent to drink the seawater. Stomach! The Crimson Dragon Patriarch suddenly shouted, then patted his stomach and said, "My stomach yearns for seawater. Right now it's hot. As long as I drink the seawater, I'll feel very comfortable." Shin Xiang immediately opened his mind's eye and looked at the Crimson Dragon Patriarch's stomach. With this look, Shen Xiang was dumbfounded. Shen Xiang saw that there was a ball of something on the Crimson Dragon Patriarch's abdomen that looked like several small snakes entwined together. The most terrifying thing was that the thing in his abdomen was actually emitting a very strong soul energy. It was this energy that constantly affected the Crimson Dragon Patriarch, driving him to the beach to drink water. Shen Xiang also hurriedly touched his abdomen. His stomach was already hot. He immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors and asked little sister Xiao Jing to investigate. The strange thing was that the thing in the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch's stomach actually sensed that someone was probing outside and immediately hid. "It's a life form." Little sister Xiao Jing said in shock, "What's going on with this old chief? He's pregnant." "What?" Shan Xiang was shocked beyond belief. "She's pregnant, and she's pregnant with several children. However, the fetus seems to be different from him." Xiao Jing said, "Could it be that the seawater can make people pregnant? Will it make people give birth to little monsters?" Shin Xiang suddenly shivered. He had also drunk the seawater before. "Looks like he's growing very fast." Little Mirror said, "I reckon he'll be able to come out in a few days. He'll probably come out of his ass." Shin Xiang immediately tightened his chrysanthemum and said, "Sister Jing, can this thing be destroyed? Your brother also drank the seawater." "Brother, don't worry. You should have to continue drinking seawater in order for the fetus to grow up. You can get rid of that thing right now." Little sister Xiao Jing smiled and said, "It might be difficult for others, but it's not a problem for you." "Dragon Lord, I feel so uncomfortable." The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch looked at the seaside, his eyes bloodshot. He had endured for a long time. "Patriarch, you have several monster fetuses in your body. If you continue to drink seawater, you will be born." Shan Xiang said seriously, "Come, I'll help you get rid of that fetus." "Son." "What?" "Don't even think about hurting my child. You bastard. You're not allowed to hurt my child." The Scarlet Dragon Patriarch suddenly seemed to have gone mad as he grabbed Shin Xiang's throat and roared crazily. Shen Xiang also knew that this was the monster in his stomach. He released a strong will to control the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch's consciousness. He immediately counterattacked and used his powerful soul force to condense it on his palm. Then he slapped the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch's abdomen. That wave of soul power rushed out like a shock wave, instantly tearing that thing apart. "This thing seems to have a very strong soul," Shin Xiang exclaimed. "It can actually affect other people's consciousness." Chapter 44:23. Shin Xiang rubbed his stomach. If he had not discovered and dealt with it earlier, he did not know if he would have been able to resist that temptation. Every universe has a type of fragment that is used to create life. Normally, it would be together with the life spirit. The life spirit 6 clans must have collected a lot over the years. If they were all thrown into this sea, the consequences would be unimaginable. Granny Linglong said, "Those life fragments must have been modified by the life spirit 6 clans. Under this Sanglan Sea, there are already a large number of sea beasts. I wonder if the sea beasts will give birth to strange things after drinking the sea water." Shin Xiang had encountered an extremely large sea beast when he was deep in the sea. Now that he thought about it, he felt a little afraid. These life fragments originally contained energy. Usually, they would be diluted by light and mixed with mist and rain before being sprinkled on the planet to create life. Now a large number of life fragments have been thrown into the sea. Guan Yanchao had a certain understanding of this matter. What does it mean? Xinxiang hurriedly asked. If there is a huge change in the Canglan Sea, then the entire Saint Xian star, or even the entire sacred realm, will be affected. Life fragments contain a very strong power. If such a large number were to be thrown into this sea, the power would be too concentrated. This means that the things that are born will be very powerful. Granny Linglong said, Little Master, you should quickly inform your friends, and let them prepare. The Tianwu people and the Tianwu orcs will definitely be affected. Xinxiang said, But why would Yanqing's boss hide this matter? There's one possibility. Someone doesn't want the Tianwu people and the Tianwu orcs to know about this because they need to study and see what will happen to the Tianwu people and the Tianwu orcs after drinking the water of life. Granny Linglong said, with the life spirit 6 clans throwing in such a large number of life fragments, they probably don't know what will happen. Granny Linglong's meaning was very clear. There was a traitor in the Tianwu people and the Tianwu orcs. When the time comes, they will definitely say that these strange things were created by the life spirit 6 clans. Guan Yanchao laughed. The life spirit 6 clans love to do this kind of thing the most. Then they will claim that the universe was created by them. Xinxiang clenched his fists tightly. There was no way he could stop this. He was still too weak. This Saint Mysterious Star would soon erupt with all kinds of species. What he couldn't accept was that the life spirit 6 clans were messing around in his world, defying stage universe, clearly to cause destruction. Xinxiang took out a message talisman and sent out the news about the life fragment. He told Zillion that the upper echelons of the Tianwu people knew about this, but they chose not to say anything. There must be a reason. When Xian Ro found out about this, she was furious because this was clearly an experiment to see what kind of strange things they could give birth to. She was incomparably furious that there was such a traitor in the heavenly Ho race. After Xinxiang spread the news, he finally felt relieved. Little Master, your Crimson Dragon Island is also very dangerous. Granny Linglong said, If there are any strange things in the sea, and there are many of them, your island will definitely be taken over. Don't be afraid, I can hold on. After Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors grew larger, the world-defying stage mountain and river diagram released was still very powerful. It could cover the entire Crimson Dragon Island. The reason why we chose to carry it out in the Saint Mysterious Star must be because there is something in the core of the Saint Mysterious Star. Granny Linglong said, Little Master, quickly go and investigate the core of the earth. Xinxiang instructed the Scarlet Dragon Patriarch to do a few things, then came to the side of the sky cavern. After completing the migration, the spatial gate of the Tianwu people had already closed. Now, this sky cavern could directly lead to the core of the earth. Xinxiang took out the world-defying god furnace and let Granny Linglong inside investigate. This thing should also be built by us life spirit 6 clans. Guan Yanchao could also sense the huge sky cavern. I guess that the life spirit 6 clans have a plan, which is to breed a large number of strange life forms in the Azure Sea, and then lead those strange life forms into the core of the earth. Granny Linglong said, the life spirit 6 clans are doing experiments. That's for sure. The life spirit 6 clans can't control the Tianwu people and the Tianwu orcs. Right now, they want to create even stronger creatures to suppress the Tianwu life forms. Guan Yanchao was very clear about the thoughts of the life spirit 6 clans. There's also a pit over at the Tianwu orc side. However, that pit doesn't lead to the core of the earth. Xinxiang looked at the sky cavern and hesitated for a moment. Wait, Granny Linglong seemed to have sensed something and suddenly shouted, There might be some danger down there. Don't go down first. Got it, I'll find a helper. Xinxiang immediately contacted Zillion and said, I'll go down with Sister Zillion. Xinxiang used the communication talisman to contact Zillion and only told her that he was going to enter the core of the earth and that it might be dangerous, so he needed her protection. Zillian was a little suspicious. Why didn't Xinxiang call the Scarlet Dragon Divine Lord, but asked her to protect him? However, she did not ask further because she also wanted to meet Xinxiang and ask him some questions. In addition, she was also very interested in the core of the Saint Profound Star because she had previously understood some of the situation there. Xianro, on the other hand, stayed behind to guard the Purple Lotus altar. She brought her 100 or so clones and moved the altar to the vicinity of the Purple Lotus altar. This way it would be much safer. She also knew that Shenxiang was looking for Zillian to go to the core of the earth. She only hoped that Shenxiang and Zillian could have a good chat and understand each other better. Chapter 44:24. You have a good relationship with the Heavenly Mother Spirit race? To what extent? Yu Zillian seems to be surprised. In short, my relationship with their Mother Spirit race is not bad. Xinxiang said, Sister Zillian, why are you suddenly asking about this? Could it be that you have some enmity with the Heavenly Mother Spirit race? No, I don't have any enmity with them, but I've heard many rumors about them, and for many years I've been looking for them, wanting to join them. Yu Zillian gently shook her head. I don't know what's going on either. In short, ever since I heard of the existence of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race, I've always had this thought. Xinxiang knows what's going on because within Yu Zillian's soul, there is the consciousness of the 9-colored Lotus Emperor. The consciousness of the 9-colored Lotus Emperor needs her to return to the Heavenly Mother Spirit race and familiarize herself with the Heavenly Mother Spirit race again. Yu Zillian has a very powerful soul talent. It might even be passed down from the 9-colored Lotus Emperor, but it has yet to awaken. Sister Zillian, when did you hear of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race? Shenxiang asked. After so many years, have you never gone to find the Heavenly Mother Spirit race? Many years ago. At that time, my parents were still alive. I've always been in the Heavenly Nightmare universe and have never left. And I heard that the Heavenly Mother Spirit race is the sworn enemy of the Life Spirit 6 races. They have always been hunted down by the Life Spirit 6 races, so they hide very well. Yu Zillian said, Even the Life Spirit 6 races can't find them, let alone me. The Heavenly Mother Spirit race had indeed fought against the Life Spirit 6 races. Although they were defeated in the end, legends about them had been passed down. Over the years, the 6 races of Life Soul had invaded many universes, causing many universes to be shattered. Everyone had long been angry. Therefore, the Heavenly Mother Spirit race, who dared to fight against the Life Spirit 6 races, was revered by many people. How about this? I'll first bring you to join the Sacred Realm's Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace. That place is also the power of the Heavenly Mother Spirit race. That big sister palace master and I are good friends. You're so strong, and you're also an alchemist. You can definitely join them easily. Xinxiang said with a smile. The Celestial Mother's avatar was in the Celestial Mother's sacred palace. It was also because of the awakening of the Celestial Mother's avatar that many things happened in the Celestial Mother's sacred palace. Xinxiang didn't know what was happening inside. He had asked the Heavenly Mother Palace Lord before, but she had not given him an answer. She had only said that the Heavenly Mother Palace was currently very peaceful. Bai Jinjin and Shinjini were also investigating the Heavenly Mother's sacred palace, but they didn't find anything. Really? That's great. When are we going? Yu Zillian hastily asked. It seemed like she couldn't wait to get in touch with the Heavenly Mother Soul race. No rush, no rush. The Heavenly Mother's sacred palace should be facing some kind of problem. But they didn't tell me. Xinxiang sighed and said, Let me figure out the situation first. I guess they might come to the Saint Xian planet. Why did you come to Saint Xian planet? This place is still very dangerous. Yu Zillian said they should hide. However, Saint Xian planet also has a lot of resources. For example, a large number of heavenly origin crystals have appeared. They have a great need for them. Shenxiang said. Anyway, my Shen family has already decided to come to Saint Xian planet. This was the unanimous decision of the Shen family elders. Fortunately, there is a great Kuan Gate here. After the Shen family arrives, they can temporarily stay in the Great Kuan Gate. Guan Ying is very concerned about the Great Kuan Gate. Their current defense is not bad. If the Shen family joins them, they can join forces to strengthen their defense. It won't be a problem to resist the Heavenly Ho Beast men. However, their main enemy is not the Heavenly Ho universe, but the Life Spirit Palace and the 6 Tao Sacred Gates. Without the spatial gate, Shenxiang dared to quickly descend to the Earth's core. Yu Zilian is already prepared to deal with any danger. Saint Xian planet is also very mysterious to her, so she is very curious about it. Sister Zilian, there is a traitor in the Heavenly Ho race. They already knew that the seawater can make people give birth, but they didn't inform you. Shenxiang said, if you accidentally drink it, the consequences will be unimaginable. Our Heavenly Ho race is already very chaotic. Emperor Shao and Emperor Kuang are not of one mind. Moreover, the kings beside Emperor Shao and Emperor Kuang are also fighting openly and secretly. Yu Zilian sighed. Anyway, after so many years, I'm tired of them. Now that I can cut them off, it's for the best. Sister Zilian. Your sister Yu Zilian. She might have an affair with Emperor Shao and Emperor Kuang. Shenxiang whispered. Heaven's Ho Thunder King and Heaven's Ho Fire King respect her very much. This means that she is beside Emperor Kuang and Emperor Shao. Hearing Shenxiang's words, Yu Zilian closed her eyes and sighed. I really didn't expect that I would have such a sister. Why did she do this? Since I was young, my parents gave her the best, but she... Speaking of this, Yu Zilian's heart ached. Her parents were killed by Yu Zilian, and she almost suffered a calamity. Sister Zilian, your parents' souls might still be here. Shenxiang said, although many years have passed, Yu Zilian knows that you are very valuable, so she might have preserved your parents' souls and used them to threaten you. That's possible. Yu Zilian nodded. Then let's fish her out and capture her. Shenxiang said, when we return from the Earth's core, we can start the plan. But she has Emperor Shao and Emperor Kuang behind her. Yu Zilian shook her head. It's too risky. Both Emperor Shao and Emperor Kuang want me. The secret I hide is very important to them, so they have not given up after so many years. As they spoke, they entered the Earth's core. Chapter 44:25. When Shenxiang heard Xue Zilian's words, he was also shocked. Then he thought about it carefully and became terrified. The seawater of the Azure Sea began to mutate. It seemed to have happened after the 2 space portals closed. The Tianwu orcs and the Tianwu race had already completed their migration, so the seawater began to have problems. The current 6 clans of life spirit were still unable to deal with the Tianwu orcs and the Tianwu race, so they needed to kill each other in order to weaken their strength. However, the 6 clans of life spirit knew that they could not blindly rely on the 2 clans to kill each other. What if they suddenly joined forces for some reason? Therefore, the 6 clans of life spirit had left behind many backup plans. By throwing a large number of fragments of the law of life into the sea, they could produce a large number of strange and powerful creatures. This way, they could suppress the entire heavenly nightmare creature. At the same time, this could also disrupt the growth of the native creatures of the sanctuary. Then, there was the core of the Saint Profound Star. The 6 clans of life spirit might have built an altar here a long time ago. Young Master Shin, there is a very terrifying altar here. Xue Zilian looked at the vast expanse of white in the core world. This time there was a snowstorm, so they could not see what was in the depths. However, Xue Zilian could sense the existence of an altar here. What kind of altar is it? Shenxiang asked. What kind of power can that altar bring? Shenxiang still did not know much about the power of the altar. He only knew that when using the altar to perform sacrifices, one could obtain all kinds of mysterious energy. For example, Yan Qing had said before that they could get pregnant through the altar. Yan Qing herself had given birth to many children, and those with poor aptitude would be sent to the altar to be sacrificed. From the looks of it, Shen Xiang guessed that the power of the altar to make people pregnant was the power of the law of life. The use of the altar mainly depends on the demands of the person who opened the altar during the sacrifice. Xue Zilian said, "We must quickly find that altar and then block the entrance. We must not let the altar here open." "Sister Zilian, can you sense the altar?" Xinxiang asked. "Yes, it's over there." Xue Zilian pointed in a direction and said, "I just don't know how far it is." "Don't worry, the core of the earth shouldn't be big. We'll be able to reach it soon." Xinxiang felt that the earth's core was shrinking inside this star, and no matter how big it was, it couldn't be that big. "That's not true. This planet is very special. I don't know what's going on. The core of this planet might be even bigger than the surface of the planet." Yu Zilian said, "It should be far more than that. Maybe this Earth core can hold several profound stars." "Ah." Xinxiang immediately thought of something and said, "The power of space." "That's right." Yu Zilian nodded. Xinxiang did not notice anything, so he asked Granny Linglong and Sister Xiao Jing to sense the space around them. Granny Linglong and Sister Xiao Jing were not aware of the spatial situation here, but they felt that Tai Zilian's guess was very likely to be correct. It was very likely that the core of the Saint Profound Star was a huge space. No one knew how it was formed and how many people knew about it. When the 6 realms mirrors started to fly, Shen Xiang specially sped up. "Be careful, don't go too fast," Yu Zilian suddenly reminded. Tai Zilian also suddenly took out a purple longsword. This sword is very special. The blade of the sword is somewhat wide, like an elongated lotus petal. Furthermore, the sword guard is also in the shape of a purple lotus. "Sister Zilian, your sword is so beautiful and powerful," Shen Xiang exclaimed. "Did you forge this yourself?" "No, I cultivated it. I don't know how, but I was able to cultivate it myself." Yu Zilian said with a serious expression, "Young Master Shin, I feel danger approaching. There's a very powerful guy here." Just as she finished speaking, a cold light flashed. Yu Zilian's reaction was also extremely fast as she hurriedly brandished her sword to block. At the same time, a gentle and warm energy enveloped Shin Xiang's body. She was already standing in front of Shen Xiang and released a large, translucent purple lotus that wrapped around Shen Xiang to protect him. Shen Xiang was secretly alarmed. He actually did not sense the attack just now, which meant that the other party was extremely strong and had concealed themselves well. Chapter 44:26. Shen Xiang was a little unwilling because he did not want to be Yu Zilian's shield right now. Yu Zilian was clearly using him as a tool to provoke the Heavenly Sword King. Seeing that Shen Xiang was unwilling to come closer, Yu Zilian forcefully pulled him over, then placed his hand on Shen Xiang's waist, hugging him tightly, looking very intimate. Shen Xiang felt a little uncomfortable leaning on Yu Zilian's body because she was wearing thick armor. Fortunately, she was very fragrant, so Shen Xiang only struggled a little and did not resist anymore. "Ha ha ha, little Yen. After not seeing you for so many years, you have improved quite a bit. You actually dare to hug a man and show off to me. Not bad, not bad. In order to attack me, you were able to lower yourself and be so intimate with this brat. This is a huge improvement." The Heavenly Sword King laughed. Shen Xiang had a helpless look on his face, because as long as he was not stupid, he could tell that Yu Zilian was doing it on purpose. "I'm serious," Yu Zilian said. "I've told many of the kings before that I'm Shen Xiang's woman." "Shen Xiang? He's Shen Xiang, that evil chaos son? Good fellow. So he's not a brat." The Heavenly Sword King was actually very curious. He looked at Xinxiang and laughed. Little Yen, no one will believe your words. Crazy Emperor and Emperor Shao will not believe it even more. Anyone can tell that you are deliberately using him as a cover. This Heavenly Sword King actually knew that Xinxiang was the evil Chaos Son. Xinxiang and Yuzilian were both surprised. They thought that the Heavenly Sword King had never gone up to the Earth's core. Bitch, you probably don't know how capable he is, right? Yuzilian laughed coldly. You, the other kings, Emperor Shao, and Crazy Emperor are all far inferior to him. Young Master Xin is the person I have been waiting for all these years. Only he is worthy of me. How is he powerful? The identity of the evil Chaos Son? It feels like that, and he has a lot of curses on his body. The Heavenly Dagger Sword King said. The 6 clans of Life's Soul will continue to hunt him down. I don't understand what's so good about him. First, he's better looking than you. Second, he's more capable than you. Isn't that enough? Yu Zilian seemed to be very serious. Xinxiang was speechless. After all, Zhao Zilian was just messing around. It was just to deal a blow to the Heavenly Centipede Sword King. Stop pretending. Do you really recognize him as your man? It's not enough to just hug him. The Heavenly Dagger Sword King giggled. No matter what, you have to have a mouth, right? Zilian immediately turned her head to look at Xinxiang. Without waiting for Xinxiang to react, she kissed Xinxiang. It was a very jerky and wild kiss. Before long, she released Xinxiang. Then she looked at the Heavenly Dagger Sword King and pursed her lips. What else do you want to say? Heavenly Dagger Sword King was stunned. For so many years, not to mention kissing Zilian, even holding her hand was something no man had ever done. However, in front of him, Zilian actually took the initiative to kiss this evil son of chaos. Brat, your luck with women is not bad, but this kind of luck, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Heavenly Dagger Sword King had a pained look on his face as he sighed. Forget it, forget it. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fall in love with one flower? From today onwards, you, Zilian, will no longer be the lover of my dreams. Let's break up like this. Little Yen, if you don't follow me, this is your loss. I hope you won't regret it in the future. If you miss me, you'll miss the entire world. You have to think about it carefully. Think about it again. I am willing to be your little husband. I can tolerate this brat being your big husband. Bitch, shut up. Zilian threw out another palm strike, and the purple poison gas shot out like lightning. Heavenly Dagger Sword King dodged very quickly and chuckled. Little Yen, oh little Yen, I will definitely become stronger and make you change your mind. Oh, right, in the future, when you see me with other beauties, don't be jealous. You damned bitch, get the hell away from me. Zilian shouted angrily. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you. Although we can't be lovers, and we've officially broken up. But I'll definitely listen to what you say. I'll leave now, goodbye. After Heavenly Dagger Sword King finished speaking, he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Xinxiang is still in a dumbfounded state. Zilian, kissing him, just now caught him off guard. Sister Zilian, how did that guy know your name? Xinxiang asked. He's my father's friend. This damned guy. I called him uncle since I was young. When I grew up, he actually wanted to marry me. Zilian waved her hand and said, I don't want to talk about this bitch anymore. Then which camp is he from? Is he following Emperor Shao or Crazy Emperor? Xinxiang asked. He's leaning on both sides. This guy is very cheap. His skin is very thick. Zilian said, Let's go and continue looking for that altar. Xinxiang continued to urge the 6 realms mirrors to fly. Regarding the kiss just now, Zilian did not mention it again, as if it never happened. Sister Zilian, will that guy follow us? Xinxiang asked in a low voice. He seems to be hiding very well, and he can even fly. He does have some ability. Otherwise, who knows how many times a lowly guy like him would have died? Zilian gritted her teeth and said, I wonder how my father found such a guy to be his friend back then. Sister Zillion, the next time you want me to act with you, it's best to tell me in advance. I'm willing to cooperate with you. It was so sudden just now, my heart couldn't take it. Shenxiang laughed. Don't you like me? Zillion looked at Shenxiang and asked indifferently, why do you keep rejecting Shinro? Don't you know that she's very sad? Chapter 44:27. Shenxiang looked around because he felt that the Heavenly Sword King was still nearby. There's no need to look, he's following us. Yu Zillion said, let him be. This bitch, if he dares to act recklessly, see how I'll take care of him. Sister Zillion, are you stronger, or is he stronger? Shenxiang asked. Of course I'm stronger than him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away just now. Yu Zillion said. He knew that I was really angry, so he immediately ran away. Yu Zillion's strength should be very strong, close to Emperor Shao and Crazy Emperor, mainly because she was the reincarnation of the nine-colored Lotus Emperor. Although she did not have the memories of the nine-colored Lotus Emperor, her comprehension was still there, and she was extremely outstanding in all aspects. Yu Zillion had said before that the Heavenly Sword King was her father's friend and had watched her grow up. However, she had still surpassed him. What we're going to do now is very mysterious. We can't let him know. Shenxiang said in a low voice. Don't worry if he dares to speak nonsense. I will kill him, Yu Zillion said with a fierce face. That bitch knows better than anyone else whether I will really kill him or not. Why don't you call him over? I have something to ask him. Shenxiang said. He should have been here a long time ago, and he seems to be able to fight. If we encounter any danger, we can let him stand in front of us. All right, I'll call him over right now. After Yu Zillion finished speaking, he shouted loudly, Bitch, come over here. Young Master Shin has something to ask you. Shenxiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was there anyone who would call someone over like this? What surprised him was that the Heavenly Sword King really came over, and he was even smiling mischievously. Little Yen, your little husband is not a good person. According to my experience in reading people, he is most likely a playboy. Heavenly Sword King laughed and said to Shenxiang, Young Master Shin, how many women do you have? Yu Zillion's face was ashen. She naturally knew that Shenxiang was a playboy. After all, Shenxiang had admitted it before. I don't remember. Shenxiang also smiled and said, Tian Du Sword King, there is an altar here. How much do you know about it? You don't remember? Amazing, I'm impressed. After Heavenly Hell Sword King finished speaking, he said to Yu Zillion, Little Yen, look at him. He's a scumbag. Some of the women didn't even remember. Although I don't remember exactly how many women I have, I at least know that there are tens of thousands. You'd better follow me. At least I'll remember you. Yu Zillion's face was stiff. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she glared at the Heavenly Sword King, scaring him so much that he immediately flew further away, not daring to get too close to the 6 realms mirrors. Hurry up and answer young Master Shin's question, or I'll castrate you. Yu Zillion angrily rebuked. Come on. There are many women who have castrated me, but I'm just amazing. I can always grow it back. Heavenly Claw, Sword King giggled. Bastard, answer young Master Shen's question quickly. Yu Zillion was truly speechless. Facing such a person, if not for the fact that Shenxiang wanted to ask questions, she would have already made her move. Young Master Shin, the altar here is very powerful. It was built by the Life Soul 6 clans. Heavenly Claw, Sword King said, Did you come to the Earth's core to find that altar? I advise you to leave quickly. That altar is used to deal with you. Against me? Shenxiang frowned. Are you sure? Bitch, you're doing this. You better be honest with me. If anything happens to young Master Shin, I guarantee that you will regret coming to this world. Yu Zillion said, Are you going to torture me? That's great. I like it when women torture me the most. Heavenly Claw, Sword King laughed. The woman who tortures me the most, the deeper I love. For example, there was one before. She used the Tianyuan crystal I gave her to raise a few thousand men behind my back. Ayaya, she tortured me to the point that my heart was about to break, but I still loved her very much. Shen Xiang could feel the madness in Yu Zillian's heart. This Heavenly Claw, Sword King, was truly a weirdo. Lord Sword, is that altar used to target me? How did you know? Shen Xiang laughed. You are the most interesting person I have ever met. Don't worry if Sister Zillian wants to kill you. I will definitely stop her. An interesting person like you should live a little longer. Young Master Shen is also quite interesting, ha ha ha. Heavenly Claw, Sword King chuckled. Can you share with me how you chased after little Yen? If you tell me, I can give you 3,000 wives and concubines. At this time, another poisonous lightning bolt shot out from Yu Zillian's side, causing Heavenly Claw, Sword King, to immediately dodge. Damned bitch. Hurry up and answer young Master Shen's question. Yu Zillian shouted angrily. All right. That altar is used to seal young Master Shen. Heavenly Claw, Sword King said. If you can't seal it, then you can use it to cast a curse. Whether it's a seal or a curse, it requires a large number of sacrifices. It was actually used to deal with him. Shen Xiang was very shocked. He had always thought that the 6 clans of Life Spirit did not know about his matters and did not care about him. He did not expect that they would use this altar to deal with him. Originally, this altar was not used to target young Master Shen, but now he is a threat to the 6 clans of Life Spirit, so we used it to deal with him. Heavenly Claw, Sword King sighed. Little Lien, if the 6 clans of Life Spirit really succeed, you will be a living widow. Chapter 44:28. Shen Xiang had never seen that altar before, so he did not know how powerful it was. However, he believed that he should be able to destroy it. Firstly, he had the 6 realms mirrors, and secondly, it was related to Yen Chao's understanding of the altars of the Life Spirit 6 clans. Zillian looked at Shen Xiang, then said, Let's go take a look first. Since that altar can release curses, then young Master Shen won't be able to dodge it no matter how hard he tries. Since we're here, let's go over and see if we can destroy it. All right, bitch. Why do you know so much about that altar? Who gave you the information? Zillian asked. My senior brother told me. Many years ago, he participated in the construction of this altar. Tianyang, Sword King, laughed out loud. My senior and junior brothers are still very powerful, but they are not as strong as me, nor are they as handsome. He participated in the construction of the altar? Could he be from the Life Spirit 6 clans? Shen Xiang said in surprise. That's right, but he's different from the other Life Spirit 6 clans. He was modified by my master since he was young, and was placed in the Life Spirit 6 clans by my master. Tianyang, Sword King, said. You should keep such an important matter a secret. Shen Xiang was somewhat speechless. Little Lien won't tell anyone, right? She's not a gossipy woman. Tianyang, Sword King, laughed. Besides, my senior brother has already been exposed and has been killed. His wives have been well taken care of by me. When Zillian heard this, she wanted to beat him up again. As expected of a bitch, Zillian snorted. This altar is very useful, mainly because this Saint Xian star is very strange. In the sacred region, the core of the Saint Xian star can actually produce a large number of heavenly source crystals. There is a very magical heavenly source crystal, Soul Mother. Tianyang, Sword King, said, This was discovered by my master, and was later found out by the Life Spirit 6 clans. Heavenly source crystal, Soul Mother? Shen Xiang was ecstatic when he heard this. If he could get his hands on it, wouldn't he be able to get close to unlimited heavenly source crystals? In the world-defying stage universe, the sacred region is a low-level spatial region. The energy of the entire universe, should be very little allocated to the sacred domain. It's impossible for a sacred domain to nurture a heavenly source crystal. So why would the Saint Mysterious Star have something like a heavenly source crystal soul mother? Yu Zilian was also very surprised. God knows what's going on. In short, they all belong to the 6 clans of the life soul now. The Heavenly Nightmare Sword King sighed and said, I only came here to see if that sacrificial altar really existed. I didn't expect it to be so. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm going to leave. I don't want to meet anyone from the life soul 6 races here. Do Emperor Shao and Mad Emperor know about this? Zillion asked. You're two-timing and seem to be loyal to them. You should be selling this kind of information to them, right? Of course not. The Sky Demon Sword King laughed. They have a little demoness by their side. If I tell them, that little demoness will also know. Then, that little demoness will instigate them. Who's that little vixen? Yu Zilian frowned. Xin Xiang had already guessed who it was. It was Zillian's elder sister, Zillian Balian. Ha! It's better if you don't know. The Heavenly Nightmare Sword King chuckled and said, Little Yan, you just need to know that Emperor Shao and Mad Emperor are both pigs. It's Zillian Balian. Xin Xiang said and then said, Sword King, have you ever had an affair with Zillian Balian? Don't talk nonsense. The Heavenly Nightmare Sword King quickly waved his hand. Zillian Balian killed my parents, didn't she? Zillian looked at the Heavenly Nightmare Sword King with a terrifying gaze. She thought that the Heavenly Nightmare Sword King must know something. Something, just that he didn't tell her. The Heavenly Nightmare Sword King was her father's good friend. He definitely knew something. This, Little Yan, you actually know? The Heavenly Nightmare Sword King sighed and said, There's nothing I can do. That little demoness is too powerful. I almost fell into her trap. In short, I don't want to meet her again. Are my parents' souls still in her hands? Zillian's voice became much louder. I'm not sure. It might still be there. With her treachery, she should be keeping it to blackmail you. The Heavenly Nightmare Sword King helplessly spread out his hands and said, You value family so much, and she has been instilling in you for so many years that you want to take revenge for your parents. So you definitely can't let go of your parents. Then have you ever had an affair with her? Zillian asked. If you go and investigate that altar, you have to be careful. There should be people from the 6 races of life, soul, nearby. The Heavenly Nightmare Sword King pointed in a direction and said, Over there! I still have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. See you later. With that, the Heavenly Nightmare Sword King immediately flew away. Although he did not answer Zillian's question, from his reaction, he did indeed have an affair with Zillian Balian. Why do I have such a sister? Zillian was angered. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her entire body trembled as she said coldly, I really want to kill her with my own hands. Sister Zillian, let's go take a look at that altar. Xin Xiang pulled Zillian's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, if your parents' souls are still here, then they can be reborn. I just don't know how Zillian Balian plans to exchange with me. Zillian sighed. What is so important about me? Chapter 44:29. The 6 realms mirrors released a protective shield to resist the bone-piercing cold. When they had just arrived at the core of the earth, the 6 realms mirrors had not adapted yet. Even if they released a protective shield, they would still feel very cold. But now, the 6 realms mirrors had gradually adapted, as if it could learn by itself to control and resist the special cold power here. Zillian only felt that Xin Xiang's 6 realms mirrors was very powerful, but she could not tell what it was. Xin Xiang had previously released it as the Divine Lord Scarlet Dragon and floated in the air. It had become extremely huge, so she did not associate it with him. Young Master Xin, how do you know about Sword God Tianwu? Zillian asked. Even for me, this is the first time I've heard of Sword God Tianwu. I've never heard of him before, and I didn't know that Slut had a master. Zillion had been recalling since a moment ago. In the end, she confirmed that the person, sword god Tian Wu, had never appeared in her mind. Shen Xiang briefly explained how Shui Ying had met sword god Tian Wu and destroyed the Tianyuan crystal mines. The 6 clans of life spirit actually helped the Tianwu orcs create a large number of Tianyuan crystals. Zillion did not know about this either. She frowned and said, "It seems that the 6 clans of life spirit really want us to fight to the death with the Tianwu orcs. Originally, your cooperation was the best choice." Xinxiang sighed. "If you had cooperated, you might have been able to destroy the 6 clans of life spirit long ago. The Tianwu orcs were originally created by the 6 clans of life spirit to destroy us. However, later on, the Tianwu orcs had enough of the 6 clans of life spirit, but at the same time they had already formed a deep grudge with us." Zillion shook her head. "The hatred between us and the Tianwu orcs has already reached an irresolvable level." Shanxiang could not help but admire the methods of the 6 clans of life spirit. This way, they would be able to eliminate a hidden danger. "Sister Zillion, how much do you know about Yi Bai Lian?" Xinxiang said, "It's not easy to take her down. She's very cunning. All these years, I've trusted her too much. As a result, I rarely understand her." Zillion sighed. "Don't worry, I can deal with her." Zhao Beilian was also a very painful thing for Zhao Zillion, but she had experienced so much and was able to get over it very quickly. She still had to face this matter, so she really hoped that she could punish Bai Lian with her own hands. The core of the earth was a world of ice and snow, and it was extremely vast. Xinxiang's 6 realms mirrors was getting faster and faster, but it still flew for a long time without reaching the center of the Earth's core. The Earth's core is indeed a very spacious space. If it was the Saint Profound star, with this speed we would have already circled it a few times, Zillion said. The closer they got to the center, the more violent the wind and snow became, making it impossible to see what was in the distance. However, Zillion could feel it. "We're close," she suddenly exclaimed. "That altar is not far away from us." Shanxiang took out the world-defying god furnace and let Guan Yanchao inside, sense it to see if he had discovered anything. "I can't sense anything." After Guan Yanchao tried for a while, he replied to Xinxiang, "My soul is very weak. It's no longer like before." Shanxiang opened his mind's eye and looked. Through the thick blizzard, he saw 9 huge square pillars standing in a circle in front of him. The 4 pillars were all over 10,000 feet tall, and each one of them was like a huge mountain. They were separated by the same distance and formed a circle surrounding something. Because he was looking through his mind's eye, Shanxiang could only see the 9 square pillars emitting white light. He could not see anything else. After that, Shanxiang told Guan Yanchao about his discovery. After Guan Yanchao finished listening, he did not immediately answer, as if he was thinking about something. Not long after, he replied, "You still have to confirm it again and see what those 9 square pillars are surrounding." It could be seen that Guan Yanchao already had a rough idea of what it was. He just needed to confirm it further. Xinxiang used his mind's eye to look, but he could only see a ball of white. He had thought that it was a blizzard, but from what Guan Yanchao said, the thing surrounded by the 9 pillars wasn't a snowstorm. Instead, there really was something huge there. He immediately told Guan Yanchao about his discovery. "It's not enough. I need to confirm the shape of that thing," Guan Yanchao said, "because there are many altars like this." Chapter 4430. Sister Zillion, should we leave this place? Xinxiang hurriedly supported Zillion, because he also suddenly felt that Zillion had become much weaker. "Not for now, I need to rest." Zillion shook his head lightly. "The 6 clans of Life Soul have built such a powerful altar here. It is a great threat to us. We cannot let them succeed." Guan Yanchao had only heard about the 9-colored Lotus Emperor. so it was impossible to verify whether the main reason for Lotus Emperor's defeat was betrayal. Maybe Lotus Emperor was indeed betrayed by a friend back then, but if we want to completely defeat Lotus Emperor, we still need the cooperation of this altar. Xinxiang said to Guan Yanchao, "Such a large altar! How did it move here? Or could it be that the 6 clans of life soul have rebuilt one here? I can't be sure. There should be a lot of people from the 6 clans of life soul here. If you can catch them and stuff their souls into me, I might be able to figure it out." Guan Yanchao said. Yu Zilian's current condition was not very good. If Xinxiang were to act alone, he would not be at ease with Yu Zilian. Fortunately, Yu Zilian's headache only lasted for a while, and he quickly recovered. "It's so strange. I suddenly had a headache and became very weak." Yu Zilian was very puzzled as he stared at the incomparably huge altar. "Young Master Shin, did you have this feeling just now?" "No." Xinxiang shook his head. "I don't know what's going on either." "Since Sister Zilian is fine, then we can continue. Do you have any plans?" Yu Zilian asked. "I plan to catch a guy and ask him what's going on here," Xinxiang said. "So let's find a living guy first." The 6 realms mirrors carried them into invisibility, then lowered their height and approached one of the 4 pillars. After approaching it, it was as if they were approaching a gigantic pillar that supported the heavens. The gigantic pillar was several thousand feet wide and was extremely huge. However, compared to the 9-legged square cauldron in the middle, the pillar that supported the heavens appeared much slimmer. "Didn't that bitch Tian Wu, Sword King, say that there are people from the 6 clans of Life Soul here?" Yu Zilian did not see a single person. Xinxiang also opened his mind's eye and searched everywhere, but he couldn't find anyone. The 6 realms mirrors also couldn't sense any soul fluctuations. "Could it be inside the altar?" Xinxiang whispered. Like Zillion Lotus and Exan Rose altars, there was space inside. One could live inside, and it could also accommodate many people. The 9 altars were so huge that they should be able to accommodate many people. "Then let's get closer to the main body of the altar and take a look." Yu Zilian nodded. The 6 realms mirrors immediately flew over, but the 6 realms mirrors did not fly for long before it immediately stopped. "Big brother, there's a very strong barrier. I only sensed it after I got close." Little sister Xiao Jing said, "It's a very dangerous barrier. If we force our way through, it's very likely that we will be injured." "There's a barrier." Yu Zilian frowned and said in a deep voice, "It's a very scary barrier. Let's not go over." Xinxiang didn't sense it. Thankfully, little Jing already had 6 life souls, so she had extremely strong perception. "Big brother, the power of this barrier is released through the life soul," little sister Xiao Jing said. "From the looks of it, it's a portion of the great life soul's energy." Xinxiang was secretly shocked. There was actually a portion of the great life soul inside the 9 altars? If that was the case, then the power of this altar was far beyond his imagination. The difference between a great life soul and a small life soul could be said to be thousands of miles apart. Even if it was a small portion of a great life soul, it still contained an extremely vast amount of power. Of course, a great life soul like Granny Linglong had already degenerated into a small life soul. After all, she had only found one of her strongest life soul origin beads. "Young Master Shen, we should retreat," Yu Zilian suddenly said. Xinxiang, who was deep in thought, immediately turned to look at her. He saw that her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. Yu Zilian retreated. She felt an inexplicable fear spread throughout her body, causing her head to hurt again. Xinxiang hurriedly held her hand tightly and said in a low voice, "Sister Zilian, let's go now." The 6 realms mirrors also immediately left the barrier of the 9 altars, but it was still in the area where the 9 altars could be seen. There was no blizzard in this area. This was a protective area formed by the power of the 9 altars. Chapter 44:31. Little sister Xiaojing was already tired of playing with it, and she also wanted to see what kind of power the altar she had modified would have, so she agreed to throw the altar out. If she needed an altar, she could snatch it with Xinxiang. There were many altars in the Heavenly Nightmare Fire King's camp, big and small. Yu Zilian did not know what Xinxiang wanted to do. Just as he was about to ask, he saw an altar suddenly appear in front of him. Compared to a person, this altar was very big. However, in the Heavenly Nightmare universe, this could only be considered a very low-level altar. However, this altar was pushed out by the 6 realms mirrors with a very strong force. When it collided with the barrier, it exploded with a huge shock. "It's working." Xinxiang laughed. "I just don't know if anyone will appear." What surprised Xinxiang was that the reaction of the 9 Supremes barrier was not small. The 9 huge square pillars all lit up, and even the barrier revealed a faint golden glow. Xinxiang believed that the small altar had the power of little sister Xiaojing, and little sister Xiaojing was the life soul. This was most likely the power of the 6 life soulless, which had alerted the 9 altars. Perhaps the power of the 6 life soul S was not strong yet, but the 9 altars themselves had sensed the threat, which was why there was such a huge commotion. Yu Zilian also felt that it was inconceivable. In her opinion, the power of the small altar crashing into her should be far inferior to the purple energy ball she had just condensed. The commotion quickly had an effect. Indeed, dozens of people flew out from the 9 altars in the middle. Those people were also dressed very strangely. On the golden armor they wore, there were golden beads stuck to it. In the core of the earth, one could fly directly and was not restricted from doing so. "They're here," Xinxiang said in surprise. "They seem to know that we are here. Prepare for battle." Without saying a word, Yu Zilian rushed over with the beautiful purple lotus sword in his hand. Xinxiang was a little worried. He immediately released the world-defying god furnace and let Guan Yanchao inside sense the strength of the group of people. "Don't worry, they're all a bunch of weaklings. She can handle it," Guan Yanchao said. "The power of this group of people is a little strange. It doesn't seem like the power of the 6 clans of life soul that I'm familiar with." This group of people were indeed a bunch of weaklings in front of Zilian. They were easily killed by Zilian. Xinxiang controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly over and absorb the souls. The souls of the 6 clans were all very strong and difficult to destroy, so they all had the possibility of flying back and being reborn. The 6 realms mirrors threw the absorbed souls into the world, defying God Furnace, and handed them over to Granny Linglong and Guan Yanchao to handle, allowing them to interrogate the souls. Only a few dozen. Didn't that bitch say that the guy guarding this place is very strong? Yu Zilian flew back to Xinxiang's side, still vigilant. The 9 altars had calmed down and no one flew out again. Suddenly, Zilian sensed danger. Xinxiang also sensed the approaching danger. The one who reacted the fastest was still little sister Xiaojing. The mirror of the 6 realms mirrors directly shone in one direction, sending a well-hidden person flying. Yu Zilian also immediately rushed towards that person, and very soon a very intense battle broke out. "So strong! With my current body, I won't be able to withstand it after entering." Xinxiang was very surprised because in the Earth's core, one's cultivation did not seem to be restricted, and the power that was erupting now seemed to be able to surpass the limits of the sacred domain. So the laws of the world-defying stage universe only restrict the cultivation and energy of the sacred domain from before. Now, the energy that they are releasing is already undetectable by the laws, so they can break through, Granny Linglong said. In other words, with the appearance of the 6 Daos laws, as long as the 6 Daos cultivation breaks through, then they will be able to gradually break through the laws of the sacred domain. At that time, even in the sacred domain, one will be able to use a power as strong as the divine realm. The 6 Daos cultivation laws might be able to allow one to surpass the power of the divine realm. For many years, there has been a limit to the cultivation laws of many universes, and even the 6 clans of Life Soul are thinking of ways to break through. Guan Yanchao said somewhat excitedly, "So you know how strong my little master is, right? He is the one who created the 6 paths of Life Soul, and in the future he will also be the most proficient in the 6 paths of cultivation." Granny Linglong said, "You know better than me what this means." "Indeed. Right now he is able to create the 6 Das cultivation laws, so in the future he can create even more laws. He is the creator of the order of the world-defying stage universe." Guan Yanchao said, "Even the great life soul of the world-defying stage universe is unable to reverse it. Should I help Sister Zillian?" Xin Xiang frowned. "Sister Zillian doesn't seem to be able to beat this guy." Guan Yanchao, do you know where that guy came from? Chapter 4432. At the beginning, the elders of the Life Spirit 6 clans looked like they were at ease. But now their expressions gradually turned serious, because Yu Zilian was getting stronger and stronger. Shen Xiang could now see that Yu Zilian needed to fight many times before she could completely fuse with Guan Yanchao's power. "Who the hell are you?" The upper echelons of the Tianho orcs have a deep cooperative relationship with our Life Spirit 6 clans. We have been communicating in secret for many years. The elders of the Life Spirit 6 clans were already feeling a little strained. If they continued fighting, he didn't know if he could defeat Yu Zilian, so he could only think of a way to talk to her. Yu Zilian ignored him. She had not forgotten the evil deeds of the Life Spirit 6 clans. She knew very well that the enemy of the Tianho orcs was not the Tianho orcs. Even if they destroyed the Tianho orcs, they would still have to face the Life Spirit 6 clans. Yu Zilian was very focused at the moment as she attacked crazily. The purple lotus divine sword's body was wide and thick, looking very gentle and beautiful, but its power was extremely strong. Every sword strike was fatal, containing a very berserk power. When it pierced towards the old man, the space around it trembled. Xin Xiang watched from afar. Although Yu Zilian had the upper hand, he still remained vigilant and was ready to use the 6 realms mirrors to support her. "I am an elder of the 6 Souls Palace. Our 6 Souls Palace was formed by the Life Spirit 6 clans and is above the Life Spirit 6 clans. With your strength, you can join our 6 Souls Palace, and we can rule over billions of universes." The old man said again. Yu Zilian's eyes did not change in the slightest. She was still focused on attacking. Every strike contained a very strong power. The elders of the 6 Souls Palace had already released several defensive divine tools, but they were all destroyed by Yu Zilian's sword. Yu Zilian had said before that the purple sword in her hand was cultivated by herself. Even she did not know how she cultivated it. Xin Xiang thought that it should be the 9-colored Lotus Emperor's innate ability to cultivate a super powerful divine weapon. Now it seemed that the purple Lotus divine sword in her hand was as strong as the green dragon demon slayer. "Guan Yanchao, have you heard of the 6 Souls Palace?" Xin Xiang asked. 6 Souls Palace? In the past, there was a 9 Souls Palace. However, this was something that happened many years ago. At that time, in order to fight against the 9-colored Lotus Emperor, the 9 life spirits were formed by the 6 clans. Guan Yanchao said, "After the 9-colored Lotus Emperor was defeated, the 9 Souls Palace was disbanded. This 6 Souls Palace should have been rebuilt by them later on." At this moment, Shen Xiang was also amazed by the miraculous nature of fate. The 6 Souls Palace had just been established not long ago, and now it was facing the 9-colored Lotus Emperor again. The 6 Souls Palace was no longer the 9 Souls Palace, and the 9-colored Lotus Emperor was no longer the 9-colored Lotus Emperor. The more Yu Zilian fought, the braver she became. Her domineering aura was very frightening. It was as if she was the 9-colored Lotus Emperor who looked down on the world. "Please be merciful. There must be some misunderstanding between us." The elder of the 6 Souls Palace panicked. Yu Zilian was so focused on the battle that it was equivalent to cultivation. She had entered a state of selflessness. "Save me!" The Elder of Six Souls Palace suddenly roared and released a huge pearl that exploded in the air. This was his distress signal. At this moment he relaxed a bit, and his head was pierced through by Yu Zilian's sword. At the same time that the Purple Lotus Divine sword pierced the old man's head, purple light exploded and directly shattered his entire head. Then the sword chopped down again. At the same time that the elder's body was cut in half, purple light was injected into his body. Then his body was burned to ashes by the purple light. Xin Xiang immediately controlled the Six Realms Divine Mirror to fly out and take away the elder's soul, because he discovered that the elder's soul was almost burned by Yu Zilian's flames. At this moment, for some reason, Yu Zilian seemed to have comprehended a lot in the process of fighting. "Young Master Shen, be careful!" Yu Zilian immediately returned to Shen Xiang's side and looked in a direction. "That guy just sent out a distress signal," Shen Xiang said. "There should be even stronger guys inside the altar." Sure enough, a man quickly flew out from the 9 altars. He looked like a middle-aged man, but his aura was extremely strong, much stronger than the elder from before. That old guy was killed just like that? What a useless thing. He just became an elder, and he already became arrogant. I knew he was a good-for-nothing. That's why I made him an elder in this kind of shitty place. The middle-aged man looked at Yu Zilian and Shen Xiang with a lazy and arrogant expression. What made Shen Xiang's hair stand is that the middle-aged man did not seem to be interested in a beauty like Yu Zilian. Instead, when he saw the handsome young man, his eyes were full of burning desire. "Who are you people?" After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he lazily summoned a golden long saber, yawned, and said, "Well, who you are is not important, because in my eyes you are all about to die." Chapter 44:33. Shen Xiang was a little anxious. If this continued, Yu Zilian might be able to win, but she would definitely be seriously injured. He could not bear to see Yu Zilian being beaten black and blue by this disgusting person. "Guan Yanchao, how was the reading of the old man's soul?" Shen Xiang asked. "Are there any relevant memories?" "No. This group of people protected their souls very well. Or rather, there was a very strong soul contract restricting him, causing me to be unable to read his memories." Guan Yanchao said, "If I forcefully read it, his soul will definitely be destroyed or his memories will be erased." That middle-aged man had been laughing and joking while fighting with Yu Zilian. At the same time, he was also using words to tease Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang had lived for so long, but this was the first time a man had teased him like this. He had said all kinds of unbearable obscenities, causing him to be furious. The most infuriating thing was that this middle-aged man was indeed very strong. Yu Zilian was having a hard time fighting him. Yu Zilian was also suppressing her anger. However, no matter how strong her attacks were, they would be dissolved by the opponent's strange power. "You ugly woman, at least you have some strength. I really didn't expect that there would be someone with your strength in this kind of place. It shouldn't be. Emperor Xiao and Crazy Emperor of the Tianwu people are also very strong, but not much stronger than you." The middle-aged man muttered to himself doubtfully. Then he laughed loudly and said, "No matter what, you're going to die." Then he looked at Shen Xiang and said with a smile, "This damn place is too surprising. There's actually such a fresh little goat. You'll die miserably." Shen Xiang gritted his teeth and shouted. Yu Zilian suddenly realized that her strength was still far from the true top experts of the Life, Spirit, 6 clans. Guan Yanchao and Granny Linglong had been paying attention to the battle outside. The middle-aged man's strength had also shocked them, especially Guan Yanchao, because he had been suppressed for millions of years. Although people kept giving him information, there was definitely a lot of information that he did not know. Therefore, his understanding of the current Life, Spirit, 6 clans was very limited, especially this mysterious 6 Souls Palace. He had never heard of it before. Shen Xiang now knew that no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He had to think of a way to help Zillion. He opened his mind's eye, and then used the cooperation of the Six Realms mirrors to check the other party's Six Realms cultivation. Little sister Xiaojing, you are a Six Paths life spirit. If you can't see the Six Paths cultivation level of others, you will lose too much face, Xinxiang said. Quickly think of a way. Let's see the cultivation of Sister Zillion and that smelly bug first. All right, I'll give it a try. Little sister Xiaojing could also feel Xinxiang's anger and immediately began to try. This time, she had mobilized a lot of power. She finally saw through it. That guy is very strong. His life Dao and soul Dao are both at the 38th level. Little sister Xiaojing said Sister Zillion's 6th level of monster Dao and 32 levels of soul Dao and endowment Dao are slightly lacking. So strong? Shen Xiang was also a little surprised. Both life spirits were at the 38th level. This was indeed very strong. That Emperor Shao seemed to only be at the 30th level. Big brother, you can use Baihu's Fan of Shock. Little sister Xiaojing said. Baihu's Fan of Shock consumes a lot of soul power, but it can also affect other people's soul. Your life Dao is at the 10th level, and your soul Dao is at the 18th level. If you use these two powers to activate Baihu's Fan of Shock in one go, then you can lower the opponent's level. In other words, I can lower the opponent's strength by the 18th level of Soul Dao and the 10th level of Life Dao? Shen Xiang said in surprise. I'm not sure. You can at least lower his strength by the 9th level of Soul Dao and the 5th level of Life Dao. Little sister Xiaojing said. This is just my estimation. Little sister Xiaojing was a Six Paths life spirit. Her estimation was also based on the Six Paths cultivation law. In addition, she understood Baihu's Fan of Shock very well, so she was able to come to this conclusion. Shen Xiang had never known that Baihu's Fan of Shock could be used in such a way. He immediately took it out and secretly contacted Zillion, saying, Sister Zillion, I will secretly attack later. Seize the opportunity to give him a fatal blow. Zillion didn't know how Shen Xiang was going to help her, but she still replied, All right, be careful. Because Shen Xiang cultivated the Six Paths. Even if he used two of them in one go, he still had the power of the other three. He took out Baihu's Fan of Shock. It had to be said that Zillion and the middle-aged man were indeed people with extremely high cultivation in the Six Paths. They could sense that the white fan in Shen Xiang's hand was not simple. When Shen Xiang took it out, the Six Realms mirrors beneath his feet released a multicolored light, guiding him to use Baihu's Fan of Shock. Shen Xiang waved his hand and used Baihu's Fan of Shock to sweep out a gust of wind. Chapter 44:34. Yai Zillion did not know what Shen Xiang had done. Just now, she had only seen Shen Xiang wave his fan and a gust of wind appeared. However, that gust of wind did not affect her at all. The middle-aged man's calm expression gradually disappeared. His strength had suddenly plummeted by so much that it was extremely difficult for him to face Yai Zillion. That guy is still quite strong. We can't be careless. Shen Xiang was a little worried about Yai Zillion and secretly reminded him, I understand. Protect yourself well. Yai Zillion replied. She was a lot more relaxed now. The middle-aged man glanced at Shen Xiang and then suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Shen Xiang also sensed danger approaching. He's here. Shen Xiang knew that the middle-aged man had chosen to suddenly attack him because he wanted to use him to threaten Yai Zillion. Shen Xiang's reaction was very fast. The Six Realms mirrors beneath his feet immediately spun, only to see many illusions suddenly appear around him, exactly the same as Shen Xiang, all of them emitting very strong soul fluctuations. The middle-aged man who had just rushed over was also stunned, because he was unable to tell which one was the real Shen Xiang. Yai Zillion was also extremely flustered just now. She thought that Shen Xiang was going to be taken down, but fortunately, Shen Xiang ran fast. She immediately chased after him. And Shen Xiang had also suddenly disappeared. This guy actually wants to sneak attack me. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Shen Xiang suddenly had a plan. Then he discussed with little sisters Xiao Jing and Granny Linglong and came up with a plan. Shen Xiang took out the world-defying God Furnace, then turned it invisible and floated upside down in the air. The 6 realms mirrors also turned invisible and floated under the world-defying God Furnace. Shen Xiang stood on top of the 6 realms mirrors. The middle-aged man from the 6 Souls Palace was fighting with Yai Zilian while searching for traces of Shen Xiang. Right now, he was also extremely sullen because against Yai Zilian he was originally confident of victory. He didn't know what kind of trick Shen Xiang had used to cause his strength to suddenly drop so much. Fortunately, he had a strong enough foundation. Even if Shen Xiang reduced his strength, he would not be defeated by Ying Zilian in a short time. He had decided that no matter what, he had to take down Shen Xiang today. Otherwise, it would be too humiliating. Now, it looked like he was being suppressed by Yu Zilian, but he was actually stalling for time and entering a defensive state. At the same time, he was looking for Shen Xiang. He had to conserve enough strength. Once he found Shen Xiang, he would attack with all his might. Even if they couldn't capture Shen Xiang, they had to severely injure or kill Shen Xiang. Yu Zilian also saw through his intentions, so her attacks were even more ferocious. She did not want to give him another chance to sneak attack Shen Xiang. Sister Zilian, I've set up a trap. Let him come over later. Shen Xiang said, seize the opportunity to attack. All right. Yai Zilian knew that Shen Xiang had a lot of methods, so he agreed. At this moment, Shen Xiang suddenly appeared. Kid, you're mine now. When the middle-aged man saw Shen Xiang appear, he laughed sinisterly and instantly flashed over. He directly appeared on top of the 6 realms mirrors and grabbed Shen Xiang's shoulder. He had indeed grabbed onto someone and was sure that it was not an illusion like before. Seeing this, Yai Zilian immediately became anxious, thinking that Shen Xiang had been captured, but fortunately, Shen Xiang immediately sent a sound transmission to her. The middle-aged man was only grabbing onto a puppet, and he was currently being sucked in by the 6 realms mirrors. The power of the 6 realms mirrors was limited, and it could only freeze the enemy for a few short breaths of time. However, right at this moment, the world-defying God Furnace became very big and suddenly flipped over, covering the upper body of the middle-aged man. Ha ha! Granny Linglong, who was inside the world-defying God Furnace, laughed out loud and then crazily attacked the middle-aged man's soul. Yai Zilian also attacked at this moment, crazily thrusting his sword at the middle-aged man's body. Every time he stabbed in, he would inject a very violent purple energy. Chapter 44-35. Shen Xiang and Yu Zilian did not know how many experts there were in the 9 altars, but they believed that even if the other party was very strong, as long as they worked together, even if they could not win, they would not be killed. I'll rest some more. Yu Zilian had consumed a lot of energy just now, so she sat on top of the 6 realms mirrors to rest. Shen Xiang asked little sister Xiao Jing to help speed up Yu Zilian's recovery. As Yu Zilian sat on top of the 6 realms mirrors, she suddenly realized that she had gained some insights into the 6 paths of cultivation laws. She could not explain it now, but she felt that it was a strange feeling. She had long known that Shen Xiang's flying divine tool was not simple, but she never thought that it would have such a miraculous ability. Although Yu Zilian knew that Shen Xiang's cultivation was not as high as hers, she was currently sitting on top of the 6 realms mirrors. With Shen Xiang right beside her, she felt a sense of security. She gently closed her eyes to recover the energy she had just expended. Shen Xiang sat right in front of her, looking at that beautiful and gentle face. He really wanted to reach out and touch it. He even wanted to stick to her face. Although Yu Zilian had her eyes closed, she knew that Shen Xiang was looking at her. She did not say anything about it. An hour later, Yu Zilian suddenly opened his eyes and looked in one direction. He snorted, "That bitch is here." "The bitch?" she was talking about was the Heavenly Sword King. The Heavenly Sword King had indeed come. He was floating beside the 6 realms mirrors, and just like that he suddenly appeared. Little Lien, you're in big trouble, Heavenly Sword King said with a serious expression. It was rare to see him with such a serious expression. What did I do? You Zillion said coldly. Also, didn't you already scram? Why are you back? You killed the original bodies of the 2 elders of the 6 Souls Palace. Although I don't know how you killed them, but someone saw it in the altar. They have already issued a bounty. Emperor Shao and Crazy Emperor immediately found out about this matter and passed it on to us, the Heavenly Sword King said. Then he took out a crystal plate, and her face appeared on it. It seemed to be recorded by the old man from the 6 Souls Palace. At that time, Uzelian was fighting with him. That Heavenly Thunder King also knows that his daughter looks the same as you. He should be able to guess that his daughter is your clone. The Heavenly Marquis Sword King said, "This is big trouble. The Heavenly Marquis clan wants to draw a clear line with you, especially the Shao Emperor and the Crazy Emperor. They want to capture you." It doesn't matter, Zillion said. How much do you know about this altar? Could it be that you want to barge in? Heavenly Dagger Sword King cried out in alarm. Little Yen, don't do anything foolish. This altar is very strange and terrifying. You better leave as soon as possible. Do Emperor Shao and Crazy Emperor know that Sister Zillion is here? Xinxiang asked. Of course they don't know, but they are also looking for Little Yen. The Heavenly Hell Sword King said, Evil Chaos Child, Xiaolian and you are now the top targets of the 6 clans of Fate Soul. Go back. Don't let Emperor Shao and Crazy Emperor know that I am here. Zillion said. Bitch, if you tell anyone you will die. Of course I won't. The Heavenly Dagger Sword King said, however, you'd better leave this place quickly. Who knows what this altar will do next? With that, the Heavenly Dagger Sword King left. Shanxiang did not expect that the 6 clans of Fate Soul would know that they were here. The people of the 6 clans of Fate Soul won't be able to come here in a short period of time, Zillion said, so we have to move quickly and think of a way to take down this altar. The altar is placed here. It should be absorbing the power of the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother. Xiang said, we have to think of a way to control the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother and stop the energy absorption. Then this altar will lose its energy support and we will be able to control it. That barrier is too strong. I can't break through it. Zillion sighed. If we can't break through the barrier and enter, we won't be able to find the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother. Give this to me. Xinxiang said with a smile. Young Master Xin, can you really do it? Zillion knew that Xinxiang was very capable. However, she had tested the barrier before and knew very well how strong it was. Of course not. Xinxiang was very confident. Then let's move now. I've almost recovered, Zillion said. Xinxiang immediately flew over with Zillion and arrived at the side of the barrier. Then he used the mirror of the 6 realms mirrors to illuminate the barrier. Chapter 4436. Xinxiang was much more relaxed now. Yai Zillion could deal with that group of people by herself, so there was no need for him to do anything. Big Brother, the souls of the Life Spirit 6 clans have all cultivated a small space. Their storage magic treasures are all in the space within their souls. Little sister Xiao Jing sighed. So after capturing them, we won't be able to obtain their storage magic treasures. It's fine as long as we can get rid of these guys. Xinxiang laughed. They are also very valuable. Xinxiang was also observing the Heavenly Source, Crystal, Soul Mother. How did the Life Spirit 6 clans find such a thing? Furthermore, they even brought an altar over. Big Brother, I guess that there was the Heavenly Source Crystal, Soul Mother first. Then there was the Saint Xian Star. Little sister Xiao Jing said, This Saint Xian star was born because of the heavenly source crystal soul mother. The life spirit 6 clans should have discovered the situation of the Saint Xian star long ago. They shouldn't be able to take away the heavenly source crystal soul mother. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stay here for so long. Shen Xiang said, "This heavenly source crystal soul mother is really powerful. Even the life spirit 6 clans can't do anything to it. Big brother, the heavenly source crystal soul mother is indeed very strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to take it down." Little sister Xiaojing said, "Although the 6 realms mirrors is also very powerful, it is unable to take away this heavenly source crystal soul mother. I wonder how it was formed." Shen Xiang was very disappointed. The heavenly source crystal soul mother was a very mysterious energy source. If he could obtain it, he wouldn't have to work so hard to collect heavenly jewels. Yai Zilian quickly finished harvesting the 6 souls palace people. She seemed to be enjoying the pleasure of killing. "Young Master Shin, what should we do now? This thing is too strong. I can't do anything to it." When Yai Zilian was fighting just now, she had also paid attention to the heavenly source crystal soul mother. She was unable to shake it. The heavenly source crystal soul mother seems to be sleeping. Shan Xiang and little sister Xiaojing had carefully investigated just now. The 6 realms mirrors and world-defying stage god furnace had already absorbed the energy of the 6 souls palace people who had been killed. In this empty area, only the faint golden light emitted by the heavenly source crystal soul mother, which looked a little dim. So Shin Xiang believed that the heavenly source crystal soul mother was sleeping. "How did this thing form? It looks very impressive," Zilian said. "I don't know if we can control it." Right at this moment, little sister Xiaojing suddenly sent a message to Shin Xiang and shouted, "Big brother, something's wrong. It's not sleeping." "Then what kind of state is she in?" Shin Xiang could feel that Xiaojing's sister's emotions were very strong. It seemed like she had made a major discovery. The life soul 6 clans are too powerful. They actually sealed the heavenly source crystal soul mother. These 9 altars are a great seal that can absorb the energy of the heavenly source crystal's soul mother. Xiao Jing said, "This way they can absorb energy through the 9 altars and continue to strengthen the seal. At the same time, they can also cast curses." The heavenly source crystal soul mother had been sealed. Shin Xiang found it hard to believe because such a big thing and also contained a terrifying amount of energy could actually be sealed by the 9 altars. Not good. The seal of the 9 altars is beginning to loosen. Maybe it's because the 2 guys guarding here are no longer here. Little sister Xiaojing said, "I can feel the energy of the heavenly source crystal soul mother expanding." The 6 souls palace elder and the middle-aged man from before were killed. In addition, the tens of thousands of 6 souls palace disciples who were crazily absorbing energy were also harvested by Zilian. This caused the energy to overflow and the seal to lose its balance. "Sister Zilian, let's go." Shen Xiang immediately pulled Zilian and jumped onto the divine mirror of 6 paths flying over. The divine mirror of 6 paths rushed towards the hole in the cauldron lid, and the heavenly source crystal soul mother below was also trembling. "No." Little sister Xiao Jing shouted at Shin Xiang again. "The heavenly source crystal soul mother seems to be self-destructing. Could it be that it wants to destroy itself to completely break free from the seal and destroy the 9 altars while it's at it?" Shen Xiang immediately thought of many terrifying scenes, such as the entire Saint Xian star exploding because of this. When Zilian saw Shen Xiang's grave expression, she knew that something bad was about to happen. She asked in a low voice, "Young Master Shen, what happened?" "The heavenly source crystal soul mother is going to self-destruct," Shin Xiang said. "It might destroy this altar. That's my feeling." Just as Shin Xiang flew out, the surrounding space fluctuated. Someone is teleporting over. There are a lot of people teleporting over, hundreds of them. The leading old man's aura is very strong as the middle-aged man who was killed earlier. They are all floating at the top of the 9 altars, as if they have just teleported over from the divine realm. Shen Xiang immediately controlled the divine mirror of 6 paths to become invisible. Chapter 44:37. Even an expert like Uzelian, who had lived for many years, had never heard of the heavenly source Crystal Soul Mother before, because it had never appeared in the heavenly nightmare universe. When can we leave? Shen Xiang asked Sister Xiaojing. Only she knew the situation outside. Brother, the situation outside is very bad. That thing is too strong. The temperature of the explosion is very high. You guys can't come out yet. Xiaojing said, Oh, right. What about the altar? How is the situation now? Can it suppress the heavenly source, Crystal Soul Mother? Shen Xiang really wanted to know what the huge altar that could restrain him had become. It's gone, completely gone. Xiaojing laughed. Brother, you don't have to worry about those guys cursing you anymore, ha ha ha. It's just because you rushed in and killed those guys that they were careless and didn't control the entire 9 Supreme's barrier in time, and then suddenly exploded. After the 2 experts guarding the place died, Shen Xiang and Uzelian rushed in to kill the people from 6 Souls Palace. The 9 Supreme's barrier loosened a little, and then it was completely broken through. That's good. The heavenly source, Crystal Soul Mother, is so powerful, and now that it has broken through, I don't know what it will do next. Shen Xiang was suddenly very worried. If he couldn't control it, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm already far away from the heavenly source, Crystal Soul Mother. Right now, that position is like the sun. The light is very strong, and the temperature is very high. Xiaojing said, All the ice and snow in this geocentric space have melted. I don't know what will happen after it ends. Even though the 6 realms mirrors was far away from the heavenly source, Crystal Soul Mother, it could still feel the terrifying heat. Without a strong enough body, it was impossible to withstand it. Sister Jing, go and take a look at the exit. Shen Xiang said, I wonder how that passage is doing. The 6 realms mirrors could withstand a very high temperature, which was why it was fine. At this moment, it was flying at a very fast speed towards the passage they came from. Xiaojing had already recorded the location, so she could remember the way back. However, when she reached the location, she was surprised to find that the entrance to the passage had disappeared. It's gone! Xiaojing shouted in shock. Brother, the passage out of the Earth's core is gone. I definitely didn't remember the wrong location. It should be here. It should be blocked. Shen Xiang sighed. Well, it seems like we can only find another way out. Big brother, the moment the altar exploded, a lot of materials exploded. I collected a lot of materials to use in the future to refine and strengthen the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiaojing laughed. I'll walk around here first. Maybe I can find something good. The Earth's core was currently filled with extremely high heat energy. If it did not melt even in such an environment, it meant that it was an extremely heat-resistant material. Little Mirror needed to collect these materials to improve herself. Shen Xiang could only wait patiently with Uzelian inside the 6 realms mirrors. On the Crimson Dragon Island, the Heavenly Dagger Sword King stood beside a scorching mountain with a fearful expression. The Crimson Dragon Island was very flat. There was no such giant mountain before this. This was a sudden appearance. The moment the heavenly source, Crystal Soul Mother, exploded, it melted many things in an instant. After refining the melted things, they rushed out of the sky cavern and gushed to the ground, finally forming this giant mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Luckily, I ran fast. What happened over there? According to this power, the 9th altar should have been destroyed. This sacrificial altar should already be finished. Heavenly Dagger Sword King said with a look of horror, I wonder how Xiaolian and that brat are doing now? Could it be that Xiaolian did this? When did Xiaolian become so strong? Heavenly Dagger Sword King shook his head, then released the flying shuttle and immediately flew away. He was scared out of his wits because the super sacrificial altar that he thought to be invincible was blown away in an instant. Furthermore, that mysterious core world was now completely sealed off. He had no idea what was happening inside. Heavenly Dagger Sword King really wanted to know what was going on with Uzilian inside, because according to the power of the explosion just now, even their powerful souls would be destroyed in an instant. Before the explosion, a large group of people from the 6 clans of life soul had appeared. When they sensed that the explosion was about to happen, they anxiously fled. It could be seen that they were very clear on how powerful the explosion of the heavenly source crystal Soul Mother was. They did not understand what was going on either. They only knew that Uzilian had entered the core world and attacked the people from the 9 altars. They had issued a bounty for Uzilian. The entire upper echelons of the Tianwu people already knew that Uzilian was their former Heavenly Dagger Dan King, who had killed a very important figure in the 6 clans of Life Soul. As for the 6 clans of Life Soul, after escaping from the Earth's core, they quickly learned from the upper echelons of the Tianwu people that Uzilian, the Heavenly Dagger Dan King, was very close to Xinxiang. Even now, the 6 clans of Life Soul still did not reveal Xinxiang's identity to the outside world. They still spread rumors that Xinxiang was the son of evil primal chaos. At this moment, Wang Ju of the Tianwu people, as well as the 6 clans of Life Soul who had just rushed over from the sacred region, were all rushing to the Purple Lotus altar. They wanted to find Uzilian. Chapter 44:38. Not to mention Shinro. Even if Uzilian went out, she might not be able to resist that group of enemies. Emperor Shao and Crazed Emperor must be among those attacking the Purple Lotus altar, coupled with those bastards from the Life Soul 6 races. Even I will find it difficult to deal with them. Uzilian gritted her teeth and said, I hope Shinro will not force herself and give up on the Purple Lotus altar. Will Shinro force herself to hold on? Xinxiang asked. Yes. Uzilian was very sad. She closed her eyes because she knew Shinro very well. After all, that was her clone. Sister Zillian, there's only one way now. That is to send you out, and I'll continue to stay here. Xinxiang sighed and said, After you leave, take Shinro away and hide. You can go to the Great Kuan sect and find a woman named Guaning. She's one of my people. After that, Xinxiang briefly explained about the Great Kuan sect and even gave her a token of his. I'll see how it goes. I don't want to find anyone else because it will implicate them. Zillion sighed softly and said, There must be many people who want to kill me. The most despicable thing is that it was the Life Soul 6 races who ordered the upper echelons of the Tian Ho race to capture me. The royal family of the Tian Ho race, are they mainly leaning towards the Life Soul 6 races? Shanxiang asked. What's their attitude towards the Life Soul 6 races? Whether it's the royal family, the upper family, or the lower family, everyone hates the Life Soul 6 races. However, Crazed Emperor's situation is slightly different. Crazed Emperor's faction has gone to the extreme. It's probably the Life Soul 6 races who are secretly guiding them. I never thought that the Life Soul 6 races would unknowingly corrupt our Tian Ho race. It caused a large number of people to become their lackeys. I've been focused on revenge for so many years that I've never paid attention to such things. Zillian felt very vexed because she was one of the royal families of the Tian Ho race. She should have been responsible for leading the Tian Ho race. But now, Crazed Emperor and Emperor Shao were working with the Life Soul 6 races. There's no other way. The temptation is too great for the top. It's probably because the 6 clans of Life Spirit offered very generous conditions that made it difficult for them to refuse. Shenxiang said, In short, I'll send you out first. Won't you have a problem staying here? Zillian was a little worried. After all, the environment in the core space was very bad. No one knew what would happen in the future. No problem. Shenxiang smiled. There are still many secrets to be explored here. After you go up, take Sister Xan Ro and hide. Wait for me to return. Then how do you plan to send me out? Yu Zilian thought about how bad the situation outside was. She didn't know what method Xinxiang would use. The Earth's core was still being ravaged by all sorts of violent and scorching energies. If one's body was exposed to the Earth's core, they would definitely be vaporized in an instant. I have my ways, Xinxiang said. Oh, right, Sister Zilian, there are more than 100 heavenly nightmare purple lotus pills here. Eat them sparingly. Ah, aren't you going to leave some for yourself? At this moment, Yu Zilian also understood that Xinxiang would most likely be trapped here for a very long time. No need. You and Xan Ro gave me a lot of red and blue mutant fruits. It's enough for me to refine a lot of these pills. Xinxiang laughed, took out another bottle, and said, This is the Heart Soft Origin pill. I refined it using the endowment root crystal. Because it was Sister Xan Ro who gave me the materials, I named it after her. When Yu Zilian heard that Xinxiang had used the endowment root crystal to refine pills, she was once again secretly shocked. This was something that many alchemists in the heavenly nightmare universe had wanted to do for many years. She never thought that it would be done by Xinxiang just like that. Will this be difficult to refine? Yu Zilian took a look and saw that there were more than 100 pills inside. No, it's very easy to refine. Xinxiang said, Sister Xan Ro gave me a lot of endowment root crystals, which is enough for me to refine a lot. I've just been busy recently, so I didn't have the time to refine them. Thank you, young Master Shen. These pills are too important to us. Yu Zilian was truly grateful. Then she hugged Xinxiang tightly and said, You must take good care of yourself here. I will definitely wait for you to come out. Feeling the beauty's sincere gratitude and hug, Xinxiang's heart also felt warm. All right, let's begin now. After Xinxiang finished speaking, little sister Xiaojing immediately teleported Yu Zilian and Xinxiang to an area of the 6 realms mirrors. Little sister Xiaojing had already comprehended a bit of the power of the spatial laws, so she had a way to use spatial teleportation. However, she was still unable to use a small amount of energy to control the power of space. This time, to teleport Yu Zilian out alone, it would consume a lot of her energy. Fortunately, Yu Zilian was the only one. If he was together with the 6 realms mirrors, then the quality would be too great. One had to know that there were many things inside the 6 realms mirrors. Adding on the world defying God furnace, the quality was even greater. If the mass was large, then when opening the spatial passageway, even more energy would be needed to maintain the stability of the spatial passageway, especially when teleporting from the core of the Earth to the surface. The space required to cross was even more difficult. Therefore, teleporting Yu Zilian out was the best plan at the moment. Chapter 4439. Xinxiang, we can understand that you are anxious, but there are some things that cannot be rushed. Let the situation outside develop on its own. Guan Yanchao said, You have to be at ease and let yourself grow. Only then will you have enough strength to fight against those guys. This way, you won't be in such a situation again. Little sister Xiaojing also agreed that Xinxiang should stay here for a period of time because the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother was worth studying. Brother, the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother should have broken through before. Now that it's in a new state, we should study it even more. Little sister Xiaojing said, I suspect that the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother was born at the same time as the world-defying stage universe was formed. Little sister Xiaojing is right. I speculate that the Saint Xian star is most likely the point of explosion when the world-defying stage universe was formed. Granny Linglong said, Although this might not be the center of the world-defying stage universe, it is the starting point of the world-defying stage universe. What does the starting point mean? Guan Yanchao asked. The starting point is a very mysterious existence to every universe. And the most peculiar thing about the starting point is that it can only be discovered by the creator of the universe or someone with the universe's fate. Granny Linglong suddenly became excited. Linglong, aren't you a universe life spirit? Did you not know the starting point of your universe? Guan Yanchao asked curiously. Guan Yanchao was once a high-ranking member of the Life Spirit Six races, and he had a good understanding of the universe, but he only knew a little. It's true that I am a great life spirit of the universe, but the starting point belongs to the person with the universe's fate. The birth of every universe is mostly an unintentional act of creation. There are even some people who don't even know that they created a universe, and then that person dies, and the starting point of the universe becomes a mystery. Granny Linglong said, Granny, you mean to say that the starting point of the universe has never been explored by the creator or the person with the fate? Little sister Xiao Jing asked. Of course, because the process of a universe's birth is very fast. Some creators will even be affected and die in the early stages of the universe's explosion. That's why even the creator does not know of the existence of the starting point. Only us great life spirits who have existed for a long time can sense the existence of the starting point. As for the specifics, I don't know. Granny Linglong said. In other words, the Life Soul Six clans do not know that the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother is related to the starting point? Asked Xinxiang. They definitely don't know. Guan Yanchao said. Something like the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother has never appeared before. Everyone only guessed that such a thing existed. That's why Heavenly Source crystals appeared in the universe. I understand now. The Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother is the source of all kinds of energy in the universe. Xiao Jing said, then the starting point of the universe should be a space that contains a lot of energy. Could the Earth core space be the space created by the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother? Only when the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother breaks, there will it be filled with all kinds of energy. Xinxiang also tried to guess and said the space here is very big. It is very likely that the energy is transported to all parts of the universe by means of space transmission. Then isn't the energy source of your world-defying stage universe too strong? Granny Linglong said, previously, Little Master said that under the Kanglin Sea, there are a large number of heavenly source crystals that can be condensed in a very short period of time. According to my guess, the total amount is more than the total amount of many universes. This starting point is still very young. Guan Yanchao suddenly said excitedly, or rather, this should be the starting point of the world-defying stage universe. The energy source of the world-defying stage universe. Cultivating here will definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. 0 inch, no wonder the energy outside is getting stronger and stronger. Xiao Jing said, fortunately, I'm not afraid, because when the universe was born, I experienced this kind of tempering, so I'm not afraid now. Little Mirror, how was the world-defying stage universe formed back then? Little Master has never experienced it himself. Granny Linglong asked. Back then, Big Brother refined a very, very powerful pill. Then he threw that pill out and it was eaten by the slaughtering scarlet dragon that he cultivated. In the end, it caused an explosion. When the world-defying stage universe was born, Big Brother was also sealed and suppressed. Xiao Jing said, this awesome universe was formed from a single pill. Guan Yanchao was shocked and said, refining pills can create a universe? Our 6 clans of life soul have been tossing and turning for so many years, but we haven't even been able to create a fart universe. Why don't you look at my little master's level? When he grows up, he will be able to beat up your 6 clans of life soul. Granny Linglong said proudly, the world-defying stage universe will be different from the other universes. It will no longer be ruined by your 6 clans of life soul. In my opinion, the Heavenly Source Crystal Soul Mother should be a pill in essence. Xiao Jing laughed. Big brother, I'll go find the heavenly source crystal soul mother now and see if I can communicate with it. I hope so. Xinxiang sighed. Back then, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Just as Granny Linglong and the others had guessed, after the heavenly source crystal soul mother broke through, it had indeed sent out a lot of energy. The Saint Profound star had benefited the most. At this moment, the entire azure sea was emitting a golden light, and the desolate places in the Saint Profound star were filled with extremely dense energy. That kind of energy was not the divine energy that everyone was familiar with, but a brand new kind of energy. After Yu Zilian was teleported out, she immediately flew to the Purple Lotus altar. When she returned, there were many spies outside the Purple Lotus altar. When she returned and was about to leave with Xanro and her doppelganger, she realized that the entire Purple Lotus altar was surrounded. It was the Heaven's Ho Fire King who had brought people to surround it first. Yu Zilian had already decided to give up the entire Purple Lotus altar. At this moment, she hardened her heart and directly entered the core area of the Purple Lotus altar. She wanted to detonate the entire Purple Lotus altar. Sister, where's young Master Shin? Xanro knew what had happened, which was why Xinxiang had not returned. She had also been sending messages to Xinxiang before this. In order to get me back, he trapped himself. Yu Zilian operated in the core hall of the altar as she explained the situation in the Earth's core. Chapter 4440. In the past few years, Xinxiang had tried many times to sense the existence of the heavenly source crystal soul mother, but he had not made any progress. He spent all day refining pills and then cultivating by eating pills. Compared to before he entered, his cultivation had already increased by quite a bit. He had originally thought that if he went into seclusion for a few years, his cultivation would increase even faster. However, the further he went, the harder it would be to increase his cultivation. In other words, with the pills he currently possessed, he could not quickly improve. He had to use other better pills. Xinxiang's 6 Dao's cultivation could be considered very high now. Soul Dao, Life Dao, and Pill Dao were all at 35 levels. Demon Dao, Heaven Dao, and Life Dao were all at 20 levels. Compared to when he had just entered the Earth's core, his 6 Dao's cultivation had greatly increased. With his current 6 Dao's cultivation, once he left, his strength would definitely not be weaker than Emperor Shao and Crazy Emperor. What made Xinxiang depressed was that after a few years, his body size had not changed at all. It was as if he had not grown at all. Fortunately, his physical body had still improved, and was even stronger than before. Sister Jing, maybe I'm hiding inside the 6 realms mirrors, so I can't sense the heavenly source crystal soul mother. Xinxiang said, I should be able to leave the 6 realms mirrors now, right? The Earth's core is still very hot, and all kinds of energy are very violent. I don't know if your body can withstand it. Little sister, Xiao Jing, said, let's give it a try. Xinxiang felt that there shouldn't be any problems because he could feel that he had become a lot stronger. Big brother, how about this? You stretch out a hand first? Little sister Xiao Jing said, if you really can't take it, then at most, you'll just lose a hand. That's true. Under the arrangement of little sister Xiao Jing, Xinxiang came to a room. On the floor of the room, there was a spatial screen. The moment he reached in, he felt an extreme pain in his palm. The skin on his palm was scorched by the scorching energy. So powerful. Xinxiang looked at his burned hand, then channeled his heaven elemental energy into his palm and extended it out again. This time it was much better. It was not like before, but he could still feel that it was very hot outside. I should be able to get out. Xinxiang said, Sister Jing, I can just jump down from here, right? I'll teleport you out directly. Xiao Jing said, prepare yourself first. Xinxiang immediately began his preparations, circulating the 6 paths essence force throughout his body. It's done, Xinxiang shouted. Little sister, Xiao, Jing immediately teleported Shen Xiang outside and stood on top of the 6 realms mirrors. The moment he went out, Shen Xiang felt a sharp pain in his eyes. His eyes were burned by the light emitted by the various colors of energy. The energy here is very terrifying, even the current Shen Xiang. It is difficult to resist. I can't hold on for much longer. Shen Xiang could only make the best use of his time to find a way to sense the heavenly source, crystal, soul mother. An hour later, Shen Xiang could not hold on any longer. Because all 6 of his elemental energy had been used up, he could only return to the 6 realms mirrors to rest. This damned place is truly terrifying. After Shen Xiang returned, he exclaimed, "Such a place can actually appear in the sacred domain. If this continues, maybe the sacred domain will surpass the divine realm in the future. If the heavenly source crystal soul mother continues to break through, then it will definitely be possible." Little sister Xiaojing said, "Brother, when you were outside earlier, did you not sense anything at all?" "I don't know what's going on. Shen Xiang is also very helpless. I've tried everything I can. What should I do? If we can't communicate with the heavenly source crystal soul mother, we don't know how long we'll be trapped." "There's another way," little sister Xiaojing said. "That is to ask Sister Red Dragon." Ever since Shen Xiang found Shuiying and found a part of the slaughtering Red Dragon soul, Shen Xiang had not contacted the slaughtering Red Dragon again. He immediately took out the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and entered the slaughtering Red Dragon's soul abyss to contact it. As Shen Xiang's soul cultivation increased, he seemed to be able to easily find the slaughtering Red Dragon's soul from the soul abyss. "Big brother, is that you? I seem to have slept for a long time." A woman's voice sounded. "Oh right, big brother, I seem to remember something. There's a guy from a place who calls me Red Dragon Girl." Chapter 44-41. Shen Xiang felt that it was a little funny. How did this universe Yuan Xan become his daughter? "Red Dragon Girl, don't talk nonsense." Shen Xiang said, "I still don't have a child." "Little Yuan Xan is your daughter. She thinks so herself." The Red Dragon Girl laughed. "That's what she told me back then. If you don't recognize this daughter of yours, she might get angry." All right. Shen Xiang was helpless. He could only wait and see. The main reason was that he was not used to having a daughter suddenly appear. Furthermore, from his point of view, being a father was very stressful, especially in this kind of environment. The Red Dragon Girl could only attach herself to the Green Dragon Demon Slayer and fly to guide Shen Xiang to find the universe, Yuan Xen. The various pills that Shen Xiang had grasped were no longer able to help him improve in a short period of time, so he had to go out and take a look. This universe heart palace was extremely big. The 6 realms mirrors flew for a full 2 days before it got close to the location of the universe, Yuan Xen. The interior of the universe heart palace was in chaos, and the energy that filled it was extremely tyrannical. However, Shen Xiang was no longer affected by the energy, because the universe Yuan Xen had already sensed him and would no longer harm him. "Little Yuan Xen, little Yuan Xen, your father is here to find you." The Red Dragon Girl's voice came out from the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. Shen Xiang looked around. There was nothing. There was only light golden energy everywhere. From his point of view, the universe Yuan Xen should be a huge crystal, but there was nothing nearby. It was still a chaotic and berserk energy. Just as he was looking around, a golden ball of light suddenly flew over and directly collided with Shen Xiang's body. Its speed was very fast, scaring Shen Xiang so much that his face changed. He thought that someone was attacking him. However, he quickly felt something soft and warm landing on his body. The interior of the golden ball of light was like a ball of soft cotton. Shen Xiang hugged the ball of light with both hands in a daze. This was the universe, Yuan Xan. This was his daughter. Father, you finally came to find me." This thing actually emitted a very cute little girl's voice, childish and childish. "Ah, Am I really your father? Xinxiang was a little confused. Father, it was you who created me. After that, I was sealed by bad people for many years. Not long ago, it was you who saved me. Universe Yuan Xan suddenly felt sad and said, Father, do you not like me? It's okay, I won't be sad. No, I'm just surprised. Xinxiang laughed and said, All right then. From now on, you will be called Xin Yuanxin. You are my daughter, Xinxiang. After all, this was the universe essence heart. When Xinxiang hugged her, he felt as though they were connected by blood. Papa recognized me, woo. This little girl actually started crying. Then, she jumped up from Xinxiang's arms and rubbed against Xinxiang's face. Xinxiang was amused by her and could not stop laughing. Little Yuan Xan, I can't stay here for too long. I have to go out. Xinxiang hugged her and sighed softly. I just recognized you and didn't want to separate so quickly. But there are many things waiting for me to deal with outside. Father, it's okay. When you have time, you can come and find me any time. Xin Yuanxin said. She laughed and said, When the time comes, you have to bring Aunt Red Dragon. Little girl, why couldn't Big Brother sense you before? Red Dragon Girl asked. He was looking for you very hard. Because Father has a curse on his body. He can't directly establish a connection with me. The connection between me and him has been cut off by the curse. Xin Yuanxin suddenly said angrily, Those bad people are too despicable. In that case, the 6 races of life spirit know about the existence of Universe Heart Palace and Universe Yuan Xen. Xinxiang suddenly became worried. Bad people are all idiots. They don't know about my existence. Xin Yuanxin said, They only cut off the connection between Father and this universe. Xinxiang finally understood why he could not sense anything after he was so far away from the great life soul. The 6 races of life spirit wanted to take away the world-defying stage universe. They used a curse to cut off the connection between Xinxiang and the world-defying stage universe. Guan Yanchao had said before that Xinxiang still had many curses on his body, and at the moment he only knew that he had a forgetting fate curse on his body, causing his acquaintances to forget about him and not recognize him. And now he knew that another curse existed, which was to cut off his connection with the world-defying stage universe. Chapter 44-42. Xinxiang felt that it was inconceivable. The source of Shen Yuanxin's energy was the other universes of the universe divine sense C. For example, now that the heavenly nightmare universe was finished, there would be a large amount of energy floating around. Little Yuan Xan, then how did you absorb the energy of the universe divine sense C? Little sister, Xiao Jing asked again. I have obtained Father's inheritance. I have grasped the heavenly alchemy and can absorb the energy of the universe divine sense C through the method of alchemy. Then I can refine it into a pill. Xin Yuanxin laughed. I can also release a magic method furnace, but it's not here. It's in another place, it's especially big, and it's very hot nearby. Xinxiang was shocked again. Xin Yuanxin had actually inherited his heavenly alchemy, but she did not refine medicinal ingredients into pills. Instead, she refined the energy of other universes into pills. Now, Xinxiang finally understood why Xin Yuanxin was so sure that he was his father. After all, her birth and inheritance came from him. With such a miraculous daughter, Xinxiang was secretly happy in his heart. Little Yuan Xan, your father is still unable to absorb the energy of the heavenly source crystal. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. Can you teach him? That's simple. Here, Xin Yuanxin, who was like a ball of faint golden light, suddenly trembled, and then a pill flew out. What is this? Xinxiang received it. This is a heavenly source crystal seed. It can be considered a pill. Father, after you eat it, you can absorb and refine the energy of the heavenly source crystal. Shen Yuanxin said, Otherwise, you would need many years of cultivation, and only after you step into the divine realm would you have a heavenly source crystal seed in your body. So that's how it is. Shen Xiang took it and ate it. Father, I don't have any heavenly source crystal here. The temperature here is too high. The heavenly source crystal has already vaporized here. I won't be able to refine a heavenly source crystal for you in a short period of time. Xin Yuanxin said in annoyance. If it wasn't for my current condition, I could have gotten a lot of heavenly source crystal for father. It's fine, there's a lot outside. Xin Xiang laughed. With this heavenly source crystal seed, it's enough. Little Yuan XN, I want it too. Little sister, Xiao Jing shouted. Here. Shen Yuanxin gave little sister Xiao Jing a slightly larger heavenly source crystal seed. In this way, the 6 realms mirrors would be able to directly absorb the energy of the heavenly source crystal. Little Yuan Xin, is it dangerous in the cosmos Godsea? Will you be attacked by other universes? Shen Xiang was a little worried. You have to take care of yourself. Father, I'm very powerful. Don't worry. Shen Yuanxin giggled. Father is so powerful, how can I be weak? Shen Xiang patted Shen Yuanxin affectionately. He really hoped that she could grow up quickly and become a cute little girl. Little Yuan Xin, I'll come to you when I'm done with the things outside, Xin Xiang said. Father, I made an entrance to the island above. If you want to find me, you can come at any time, Shen Yuanxin said. But sometimes I will sleep to cultivate. If there is no response when you call me, then I am sleeping. Oh, right, little Yuan Xin, can you protect that island? Xin Xiang said. Too many bad people often come to that island. No problem, that's too simple. Shen Yuanxin laughed. I'll do it right now. In the future, only father can allow others to enter and leave. Only by eating the pill refined by father's blood or by using a special transmission array can one enter and leave. All right, Xin Xiang was relieved. The Scarlet Dragon Island would no longer be harassed, so he could create a powerful race on it in peace or move the Great Kuan sect over. Father, I'll send you out right now, Xin Yuanxin said. You have to be careful, too. Don't get sealed by those bad guys again. I won't. Shen Xiang laughed. Xin Yuanxin suddenly emitted a strong light, and then space began to fluctuate. Goodbye, little Yuan Xin. Little girl, I'll miss you. Little sister Xiao Jing and the Scarlet Dragon Girl were also bidding farewell to Xin Yuanxin. Ants, you have to protect father well. I'll miss you too, Xin Yuanxin warned. With that, she sent Xin Xiang and the 6 realms mirrors to the spatial passageway. Chapter 44-43. After Xin Xiang came out of the Universe Heart Palace, he urgently needed to find other medicinal ingredients to refine pills. Over the years, the Heavenly Nightmare Universe had also nurtured a large number of high-grade medicinal ingredients. Yu Zilian definitely understood this aspect very well, so Xin Xiang really needed her help. This would allow him to concoct even better divine pills. Therefore, Xin Xiang had to ensure that Yu Zilian was no longer harassed by that group of people. The 6 realms mirrors flew through space, and in just a moment, Xin Xiang was already close to Yu Zilian's location. Kanglin Sea has turned golden. Xin Xiang was high up in the sky, looking down at the Kanglin Sea. It was a dazzling golden color, extremely beautiful. There was a small island in front of him. Xin Xiang could see a large number of flying shuttles swimming on the surface of the sea, heading towards the small island. What's going on with these flying shuttles? Why do they look like small boats? Shen Xiang never thought that there would be such a huge change in the past few days. The power of the sacred domain's laws restricting flight was getting stronger and stronger. Even those flying shuttles found it difficult to fly, so they could only swim on the surface of the water like small boats. And when Shen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors was flying, it consumed a large amount of heavenly origin crystal energy. Fortunately, he had stored a lot of it before. If the heavenly origin crystal was used up, he still had a lot of heavenly jewels to use. The flying shuttles of the Tianwu Beastmen and the Tianwu Beastmen should not be able to fly anymore. Xinxiang even saw a few large ships. Could it be the fellows from the Life Soul Palace and the Six Realms Sacred Gates? Their big ships are here too. After Xinxiang's Six Realms mirrors became invisible, he quietly entered the sky above the small island. Yu Zilian should be unable to fly right now, so he could only hide in the forest on the island. Right now, there were a large number of people searching for her and Xi and Ro on the island. They would be found very soon. Xinxiang had their communication talisman, so he could directly lock onto their location. Here. Xinxiang looked at a small mountain, then sped up and flew over. When he got closer, he opened his mind's eye and could see a small stone room inside the mountain. Yu Zilian and Xanro were inside. This stone room had layers of barriers that could isolate them from the outside world. Xinxiang used the Six Realms mirrors to travel through space, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the stone room. Without another word, Zilian slashed down with her sword. Fortunately, Xinxiang's current cultivation was extremely high, and he also expected that Yu Zilian would definitely make a move, so he immediately dodged. Xinxiang dodged Yu Zilian's sword, and then slashed down with Xanro's other sword. The smaller Six Realms mirrors anxiously blocked Xanro's sword. "It's me," Xinxiang said with a smile. "I used the communication charm to contact you, but you didn't respond." Little brother Xin, Xanro, shouted in surprise when she saw Xinxiang. "Young Master Xin, how did you get in?" Although Yu Zilian was also very happy, she was more shocked. Because not only did Xinxiang suddenly appear here, he even caught her and Xanro's sword. This meant that Xinxiang had become very strong. "I suddenly grasped some techniques, which is why I was able to come out of the Earth's core." Xinxiang giggled. "I've been using the communication charm to contact you guys, but you guys just didn't respond to me. It was so dangerous just now, I was almost injured by you guys. Sorry, we were worried that once we contacted you, our location and yours would be exposed." Yu Zilian quickly apologized. Thinking back to just now, it was indeed very dangerous. "Big sister, and I almost murdered our husband just now." Xanro chuckled. "Sister, don't joke around." Yu Zilian immediately glared at her with hidden bitterness. In the past few days, Yu Zilian and Xanro had communicated quite a bit. After all, they were both special original bodies and clones. They were already influencing each other and could easily see through each other's thoughts. Their state was getting stranger and stranger. It wouldn't be long before they could synchronize all their memories. Not good, the commotion just now was too big. We will definitely be discovered. Xanro looked at the big hole in the wall. It was created by Yu Zilian's sword just now. It was indeed very powerful, and it directly pierced through the wall. Chapter 4444. Xinxiang purposely slowed down a bit, and even let Yu Zilian and Xanro release their various elemental powers, leaving behind their auras for the people behind to chase after them. His Six Realms mirrors was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it could shake off the group of people who were slowly chasing after him in the sea. If Yu Zilian and Xanro did not leave behind any auras, they would not have any direction at all. "Young Master Xin, are you going to lure them to the Scarlet Dragon Island?" Yu Zilian was a little worried and said, "If those Six Souls Palace people take over the Scarlet Dragon Island, this is not a good thing." "Sister Zilian, didn't I say it before? The Scarlet Dragon Island is protected by a barrier. It's very strong." Xinxiang laughed. Yu Zilian and Xanro had obviously heard what Xinxiang said just now, but they did not think that the barrier would be able to hold on for long. After all, with such a large barrier, if they needed to maintain a strong enough defense, they would need a lot of energy. "Little brother Xin, you should be more cautious. The Scarlet Dragon Island cannot fall into their hands." Xanro was also very worried. This was because the Scarlet Dragon Island was connected to the mysterious core of the earth. If it was occupied by the Six Souls Palace, it would be very convenient for them to enter the core of the earth. You will soon know how strong the barrier of the Scarlet Dragon Island is. Xinxiang laughed. I will wait for those guys to go over and test the power of my barrier. Although Yu Zilian and Xanro were worried, they followed Xinxiang's instructions and left behind many traces along the way, allowing the people behind to catch up. When the Six Realms mirrors approached the Scarlet Dragon Island, they could see a huge translucent light barrier enveloping the entire Scarlet Dragon Island. The Scarlet Dragon Island was originally a huge island, so a barrier that could envelop the entire island was indeed very spectacular. When they were still a few hundred miles away from the shore of the Scarlet Dragon Island, they were already blocked by the barrier. On the Six Realms mirrors, Xinxiang and the others also saw a person below. They stepped on a huge sword and slid quickly on the surface of the water. The sword was as big as a small boat and emitted a strong golden light. The person standing on the sword was the Heavenly Sword King. It's this bitch. Is he going to the Scarlet Dragon Island as well? Yu Zilian said in a low voice. Young Master Shen, should we go meet him? Let's go. Xinxiang immediately controlled the Six Realms mirrors to descend. When he got close, Heavenly Hell's Sword King sensed that something was approaching, but he quickly sensed that it was Yu Zilian's aura. Xiaolian, you're finally willing to see me. Your little husband seems to be dead. Poor you to be widowed so soon. According to the information I gathered from the Six Souls Palace, he is trapped in the Earth's core. Most likely he is doomed. Just as Tianyang's Sword King finished speaking, the invisible Xinxiang immediately appeared with a smile on his face. At this time, the Heavenly Sword King also saw that Xinxiang was sitting in the middle of Xanro and Zilian, hugging two identical beauties on his left and right, making him extremely envious. Xanro was also a clone of Yu Zilian, but her personality was very different. He could feel two different emotions. Bitch, do you know what the Six Souls Palace wants to do? Zilian asked. They appeared in the Earth's core and that altar. What's going on? The altar has been destroyed. This must be your doing, right? Heavenly Hell Sword King naturally remembered that Xinxiang and Yu Zilian had rushed towards the altar. Furthermore, Yu Zilian had killed two powerful elders, causing the Nine Supremes barrier to go out of control. It is indeed a good thing. Xinxiang spread out his hands and laughed. Look at the seawater, it has turned golden. The entire Saint Xian star is evolving, and its energy has increased by who knows how many times. Young Master Shin, you are indeed the son of evil chaos. Do you know not only the Saint Xian star, but the entire sacred domain's energy is increasing? Heavenly Hell Sword King suddenly said solemnly, however, this is not a good thing. This is a good thing. Yu Zilian said with certainty. You don't understand. The energy of the sacred domain has suddenly increased. It seems like a good thing, but it actually has a very bad effect. Heavenly Hell Sword King shook his head. This means that all kinds of living beings will become stronger because of this. Isn't that good? Xinxiang frowned. This is a good thing in the first place. What's so bad about it? The Tianwu people and the Tianwu orcs are currently the strongest in the sacred domain. Even if the other creatures of the sacred domain can become stronger now, they will still be enslaved by the Tianwu people, the Tianwu orcs, and the life spirit Six Clans in the end. Heavenly Hell Sword King sighed and continued. Furthermore, in the past, the Tianwu people and the Tianwu orcs did not want to make a move against the native creatures. However, with the changes in the sacred domain, in order to prevent the creatures of the sacred domain from retaliating after they become stronger, they might take action. In the process of becoming stronger, the creatures of the sacred domain will need to experience some setbacks. Xinxiang said, the sacred domain is so big it can give birth to a large number of life forms, and there are many types of life forms. The Tianwu people and the Tianwu orcs will not be able to kill them all in a short period of time, and they will not be able to spend all their energy on this. Shen Xiang felt that since the energy of the world-defying stage universe had suddenly evolved, then the creatures of the world-defying stage universe would definitely be the most compatible with this energy and would be able to absorb and use it better. In any case, I don't think highly of the changes in the sacred domain this time. The Saint Xian star has now become a place that must be fought for. The heavenly hell, Sword King said, just watch. In the future, there will definitely be a lot of fights over the Saint Xian star. Chapter 44-45. When the heavenly Sword King heard this, he could not help but laugh a few times. Young Master Shen, I know you're handsome. Don't think that just because you're handsome, you can talk big. The heavenly Sword King chuckled. I even said that the Saint Xian star is mine. The Scarlet Dragon Island is so big. This is definitely everyone's. Bitch, the Scarlet Dragon Island is young Master Shen's. Don't have any ideas about the Scarlet Dragon Island. Yu Zillion warned him sternly. Hurry up and give up on that idea. All right. The Scarlet Dragon Island is your little husband's, so it's also yours. The Heavenly Sword King said with a mischievous smile. All right, now I invite the Island Master and the 2 island mistresses to enter the Scarlet Dragon Island. These words made Zillion want to say something, but she felt that there was no need. Yu Zillion had announced to the outside world that she was the woman of Shen Xiang, the son of evil chaos. Xian Ro had already taken care of Shen Xiang, so she did not say anything. Heavenly Sword King, I saw that your speed was quite fast just now, and you have a lot of information. How about this? In the future, you will help me gather information and join my sect. How about that? Shen Xiang laughed heartily. I say, young Master Shen, you're too bad. It's one thing for you to steal my dream lover, but now you want me to be your little brother, and then watch you and my dream lover show off your love every day? The Heavenly Sword King had a pained look on his face. You are indeed the son of evil chaos, too evil. Are you going to do it or not? Shen Xiang laughed. I won't treat you unfairly. I won't do it. I, the Heavenly Sword King, am a free man. I have always been unrestrained. The Heavenly Sword King laughed out loud. I know you are the son of evil chaos, but your tone is too arrogant. Even Crazy Emperor and Shao Emperor do not dare to have the thought of enslaving me. Then forget it. You missed a chance to become stronger. Shen Xiang spread out his hands. I can only find someone else. Island Master, it's getting late. You should quickly board the island with the 2 island mistresses. You're the master of the island. That's your home. The Heavenly Dagger Sword Sovereign smiled mischievously. You just said that Scarlet Dragon Island belongs to you. Aren't you going to bring your wives home now? Heavenly Dagger Sword King was certain that Shen Xiang would not be able to pass through the enchantment, so he was waiting at the side to watch a joke. Don't worry. Shen Xiang smiled and said, I'm waiting for someone. I hope that when I land on the island, more people will see me. At the same time, more people will know that the Scarlet Dragon Island belongs to me. Shen Xiang. Island Master Shen, your family's barrier is too powerful. Not to mention me. Even if there were thousands of me, I still wouldn't be able to break through the barrier and enter. The Heavenly Dagger Sword King used his sword again and slashed at the barrier a few times. Then he teased. Unfortunately, this barrier is too powerful. Even my own Island Master is not allowed to enter. Damn bitch. Do you think that young Master Shen can't pass through the enchantment? Zillion snorted. Xiaolian, just wait and see. The Heavenly Dagger Sword King chuckled. This enchantment is so powerful. Your little husband is going to be rejected. If he can't enter the enchantment, then he won't have the face to say that the Scarlet Dragon Island belongs to him. At this time, Shen Xiang also sensed that the pursuers were approaching. He was waiting for them to approach. Let's go. Go home. Shen Xiang suddenly shouted, and then controlled the 6 realms mirrors to fly forward. Furthermore, he slowly floated in and smoothly passed through the enchantment. The heavenly dagger sword king, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. Impossible! This enchantment is clearly unbreakable. After the heavenly dagger sword king finished speaking, he shouted loudly and rushed forward. Bang! His entire body fiercely collided with the enchantment and was bounced back by a force, flying out and landing in the sea. He crawled out of the sea and sat on the huge sword with his entire body wet. He looked at Shen Xiang, Ingzilian, and the others who were inside the enchantment. Shen Xiang could really enter. I'm sorry, this enchantment was created by me. Shen Xiang smiled. If you want to enter my territory, you must obtain my permission. At this time, the heavenly dagger sword king also discovered that there was a commotion coming from the distant sea. There were many large and small ships flying over from the sea, and there were many shuttles among them. The heavenly dagger sword king immediately dodged to the side. He had also guessed that these people were most likely here for Ingzilian. Previously, when Ingzilian was in the core of the earth, he had killed 2 experts from the Six Souls Palace and was wanted by the Six Souls Palace. In order to obtain the reward, Crazy Emperor and Emperor Shao were working very hard to kill Ingzilian. After they arrived in a grandiose manner, they were blocked by the enchantment. Following that, tens of thousands of them crazily attacked the enchantment at the same time. The strange thing was that their energy could actually penetrate it easily. Chapter 44-46. Shen Xiang did not know why, but when he used the clear mind eye to look at Yai Zilian and Xen Ro, it was as if he could feel that their fates would undergo a major change. This change did not mean that they had bad luck, but it made Shen Xiang rather worried. Shen Xiang recalled that Yai Zilian was once the 9-colored Lotus Emperor, and then speculated that after Yai Zilian's soul awakened, it was very likely that she would recover the memories of her previous life's Lotus Emperor. Back then, Lotus Emperor lost because of many reasons, so she must have accumulated a lot of resentment. Shen Xiang was worried that after she awakened her memories, she would lose control because of hatred. Young Master Shen, why do you say that? Yai Zilian frowned slightly. She could feel what Shen Xiang was worried about. Little brother Shen, are you worried that after sister awakens her soul, she will become bad? Xen Ro directly voiced out Shen Xiang's worries. Shen Xiang nodded with a serious expression. He controlled the 6 realms mirrors and landed in a quiet place on Scarlet Dragon Island. Then he opened a tree hole in a big tree and brought Yai Zilian and Xen Ro in. Xen Ro and Yai Zilian pondered over what Shen Xiang had just said on the way. After entering the tree hole, Yai Zilian asked, Young Master Shen, do you know something? Is it about me? Over the years, Yai Zilian had all kinds of feelings. After all, she had a powerful past life. She always felt that she had some kind of experience, but it was very vague. Sister Zilian, you have a very powerful past life. Shen Xiang said. After Yai Zilian heard this, she and Xen Ro looked at each other. Ew, how did you know? Yai Zilian asked. Little brother Shen, was sister's previous life a great devil? Xen Ro also asked. Of course not. Sister Zilian, you really want to join the Heavenly Mother Spirit race, right? Shen Xiang said. Yes, the Heavenly Mother Spirit race and the Life Spirit 6 races are sworn enemies, and they are very powerful. I do want to join them. Yai Zilian sighed softly. Young Master Shen said that he would recommend me to the Heavenly Mother Spirit race. I am very grateful to young Master Shen, but now I'm worried that the Heavenly Mother Spirit race won't accept me and my sister. Could it be that elder sister's past life is related to the Heavenly Mother Soul race? Xen Ro quickly asked. Is there a connection? Yu Zilian was also very curious. It's related. Shen Xiang smiled bitterly and said, Sister Purple Lotus, in your past life, you seem to be the strongest person in the Heavenly Mother Soul race, called the 9-colored Lotus Emperor. Then Shen Xiang told him everything he knew about the nine-colored Lotus Emperor. Hearing this, Yu Zilian and Xan Rou found it hard to believe. No wonder. Sister has been so powerful since she was young. Elder sister's current strength should be close to that of Crazy Emperor and Xiao Emperor, but she is much younger than them. Furthermore, elder sister knows how to refine pills. Xan Rou believed in this matter. Is this true? Yu Zilian still couldn't believe it. Young Master Shin, how did you know? After that, Shen Xiang told Zilian about Guan Yanchao. Knowing that Shen Xiang had imprisoned Guan Yanchao's soul, Yu Zilian did not say anything. After all, Guan Yanchao was as good as dead. Guan Yanchao, this guy is a girl? After Xen Rou heard this, she felt that it was strange. Could it be that after I awaken my soul, I might awaken the memories of my previous life? Yu Zilian frowned and said, After I awaken the memories of my previous life, what will I become? I only hope that you won't become bad. Shen Xiang laughed and said, Sister Zilian, Sister Xan Rou, when the time comes, your memories should also be synchronized with each other. It should be the same. Your thoughts should also be highly consistent. You are also nine-colored Lotus Emperor, so you definitely won't like me. After you awaken your memories, you can ignore me, but I hope that you won't lose yourself because of hatred. This was what Shen Xiang was most worried about. How is this possible? You're so good to us. How can we ignore you? Xan Rou smiled gently, her eyes filled with gentleness. Little brother Shin, I definitely won't forget you. Young Master Shin, we and our sister will definitely not become like that. You can rest assured that we will always be friends. Yu Zilian also smiled gently at Shen Xiang. It's not what you think. When you awaken your memories, you will also awaken the personality and thoughts of the nine-colored Lotus Emperor. The personality and thoughts of the nine-colored Lotus Emperor will definitely be extremely strong and will instantly shatter your current personality and thoughts. Shen Xiang spread out his hands and sighed. Yu Zilian and Xan Rou looked at each other. They didn't think so.